What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Stride Esports League and the Fortnite playoffs, week number 3. But joining me here at the casting booth is the one and only War. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing excited. The final week of playoffs before we reach the grand finale, the finals of Stride Esports, and I could not be more excited. Do you know why I could not be more excited? Because we got a brand new Fortnite map on the last 2 weeks of Stride Esports. Fortnite decided, let's do something special. Not only do we have double points this week, we got a brand new map. Not a single weapon is the same. Barely any utility items are the same, and players are going to have a fun time figuring out exactly how to play this new meta.
I got a brand new map, a lot of adversity going to be facing our players here, but we kind of talked about it in the past 2 weeks that with this new map, with all these new changes, it provides an opportunity to the teams that may have not found success on the maps in the previous weeks and in the regular season, and it gives them a chance, especially with those, point multipliers to maybe jump themselves up a little bit higher on the leaderboard.
1000%. And the thing I'm looking forward most to is that I don't know if these players know where each other are dropping. In the previous weeks, they had like 5, 6 weeks to sort of assess where my opponents are dropping, where they're going to be landing. But now there's only about 8 or 9 major POIs on the map. And with a lot of teams trying to maybe contest the same POI, we could see a ton of off spawn action, not just in the first game, but in the second and third game, as players sort of try to figure out what these strategies are, how to play this new meta, and what makes them succeed the best.
Exactly. All the rotations going to be messed up. All those landings definitely going to be also. But talking about rotations, I think for a second we got to talk about our weekly rotation of games here at Stride. Obviously, a whole full packed week of schedules. Monday League Legends, Tuesday Chess. Today's Wednesday, so we play some Fortnite. Thursday Rocket League, and Friday Valorant. So a lot of fun games. So make sure if you are watching and do love those games, make sure to hit that follow button and stay tuned for those.
1000%. I mean, I watch the chess, I watch the Valorant. I love all the esports that Stride has to offer. But today, the focus is going to be Fortnite, and we're going to be starting off with the East region. We have a ton of powerhouse teams, just like VAVA Varsity team. That's going to be Virginia Virtual Academy representing their school, and they're one of the top teams going into this week with 561 points. But a ton of other teams we have to look out for on the East region. We'll see 3 games of East, then 3 games of Central, and after that, 3 games of West.
And they got to make these ones counts. Obviously, you get 2 times points this week, but only one more week to follow this one. This is how they will earn those points. Obviously, each elimination going to be worth 1 point. And then obviously, those first, second, third places are the most important. So getting those top finishes can get you a lot, especially when it is double, those 20 points being the award for first place. But I know you talked about it. I know you talked about some of those teams to watch out for, but each and every lobby going to be packed here tonight. And like you mentioned, rotation is going to be messed up, landing is going to be messed up. So I think it's going to be, an interesting feel for these first couple games.
Definitely going to be an interesting feel. But with that interesting feel, we got to talk about the new sort of weapon meta, because we know that there are usually like 2 or 3 ARs, 2 or 3 shotguns, 2 or 3 SMGs, sometimes even 4 of each, and a lot of weapons on the map. But in this new meta, since it's a new season, we see a lot less weapons, and almost all the weapons are completely new weapons, other than that OG assault rifle that we saw back in chapter 1. But for the ARs, we only have the red eye assault rifle and I guess the normal plain assault rifle from chapter 1. So it doesn't really give you much versatility in what you want to stack. You can either go for a lot of range, or you can go for a decent amount of spray plus some of the range, but a little bit less accuracy.
Exactly. You have that choice of kind of going between each. Obviously, that red eye sniper rifle, I believe it's an only aim down sights one, so you got to be careful. Can't really use that as much in close engagement, like you're saying. Have to use that kind of more towards that longer range. But what I'm looking out for is the Excalibur, the new sword launching. I don't even know what you call it, rifle. I mean, I feel like it could play a huge role here today. But like you said, I know it's a complete shakeup of all of the weapons, all of the meta, and players are going to have to get comfortable real quick with something they don't know.
And the thing I love about the Excalibur rifle, other than the fact that it's a gun that shoots swords, I just think that's so cool, just personally. But it deals 50 damage once it hits somebody. And then after that, if it actually sticks to somebody, it does another 50 explosive damage to everybody in the area. So if you hit somebody with that weapon, you know that they're going to lose another 50 HP. And when the maximum amount of HP is 250, you're basically halving everybody's HP if you get a single shot, and you know that damage is going to come in later. So that means that you can start pushing up a bit earlier and have that much more of a proactive stance when using that weapon.
I'm excited to see it also used in team fights. I mean, we're going to be able to see it, like you said, you don't want to stand your whole team around the explosion to take all of that damage. So it has that possibility to split up teams to make sure one member goes over this way so they don't take the damage. It's kind of like an arc star from Apex. You don't want to run into your entire team, and therefore then it splits it up. So it could be really used tactically, along with, like you said, doing a huge amount of damage. But, we'll see if the players decide to pick it up, if they can even find it.
If they can even find it. That's the really challenging part. I know there are some a little bit more stacked chests in special POIs, but I might even be scared to contest those POIs because there's so many dangerous teams to look out for. But talking about sort of the utility weapons, you also have the Shockwave Hammer, one of my favorite additions. We've seen a couple of melee type weapons throughout Fortnite's history, including the sword and lightsabers, but the Shockwave Hammer sort of holds a special spot because it has that rotation ability and it has the ability to deal damage, but you can do both simultaneously. Well, sort of boosting yourself up into the sky, you can then slam down the hammer, somewhat like Thor does in Marvel. You can to deal a ton of damage to your opponents, and that damage is also going to be a little bit of splash damage, giving you an AoE effect that could be the difference between knocking just one person or knocking an entire squad.
Me personally, I just like bouncing around the map. That's what I love with it. But, like you said, it has that ability to really do splash damage, one of the biggest things. Obviously, we just talked about the Excalibur that can do that splash damage. But, splash damage is such a huge thing. But, like you said, rotation tool is one of the most important things, especially as we're getting into this new season. You have to find ways to, get out, especially in no builds where you're not going to have that ability to build up a wall, give yourself a little bit of protection. That hammer is going to be able to swing you right into safety.
It feels like in this meta, there's a lot of things that can actually disrupt no builds. And we talked a lot about like shield bubbles and port bunkers. We know those are still in the meta, but especially with shockwave hammers, Excalibur rifles, and also RPGs that people can use to destroy builds, it's just going to be even more a battle of positioning, how you place yourself within the map, and then seeing if you can survive long enough to get those placement points. Because again, all points, whether it be eliminations or placement, are doubled on this third week of playoffs. So it matters that much more.
It really does. Double points cannot be understated. And it's like you said, there could possibly be some contests early on where teams, may have found that comfortable landing spot in practice. But, when you come to the tournament, you only have 3 of these games. You'll have 3 games next week, but you drop any one of those, it's really detrimental. So, winning those contests early on, making sure you can recognize who is around you, their rotation pass very early is going to be important. And carrying that into next week, I mean, if you have 2 bad weeks, you could say, oh, we had all this momentum carrying us from regular season from these past 2 weeks. It's going to be 6 times in total the point value of the scores of this other team. So if you're lagging at any point, any team can sneak up on you and catch you.
There's definitely a lot of opportunity. It feels like it's a completely open map, a completely open meta, and so much for these players to learn, grow, and excel themselves within the competition. Me personally, Llama, I'm just excited to get started.
Ready to get started too, and here we go. We're gonna get into game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. The Eastern region is going to start us off strong, and I'm excited to see. We can already see some knocks going in that elim feed, so some players already getting active. Those contests, like we were talking about, are going to come to fruition here.
Definitely are coming to fruition, but as of right now, Pink Diamond Rapid Bear looking to take a more outskirts drop, and I love that discipline because it feels like on this map, there's a ton of major POIs, a lot of space, but it's really going to be those smaller drops that I think matter the most. A drop like this on the outskirts of the map, the northern side, has its advantages. A lot of chests, a lot of metal, and a lot of places to play around and make sure that you set yourself up for a good end game. But we do know that this team has to rotate. The zone has poured more southern, but I don't think it's going to be that much of a problem, especially because they have a permanent launch pad right in the building next to Pink Diamond. So they should be able to get out of here just fine.
They should have that ability to rotate on out, but it's like you said, no, they can get fully pretty much looted on up here, although the zone, like you said, pulls a little bit away from them. It's not like we talk about, not everybody has recognized the rotation patterns of each other team yet. So, there are going to be a lot of open channels where you can go get those free spots, and we're seeing the motorbike here first usage.
First usage, and I absolutely love this because it's unique compared to other vehicles. For the motorbike, you can drive around and also being shooting somebody simultaneously. So you can see OHVA right here just gliding around the zone, looking for places to get more loot. Already has the shockwave hammer and a decent amount of utility in inventory. So definitely looking to just heal themselves up and put themselves in a good position. I sort of wonder if this team was contested off spawn. You can see the low HP on OHVA, but Little Raya still doing just fine, and I'm looking forward to this team succeeding in this week.
I mean, it looks like they might have taken some damage off of that drop. You're right, but the bike does have a lot of advantages. I would say there are some disadvantages. Obviously, compared to a normal car, you don't have as much cover, but it's what you decide to pick from. You can trade shots back is one of the big things that you can't do in those regular cars. So it's really what your team decides to do, and I think it's also it's a really fast rotation tool. It'll be interesting how it plays out, but like you said, it can really get you out of a bad scenario, and that's what they did to get them out of that bad drop.
Yeah, now turning in with High Point Virtual Academy. Seems to also be dropping on the northern side. Me personally, I like the northern side of the map a bit more than the southern side. I'm a little bit biased because I'm from Minnesota. I like the snowy areas. It's snowing outside, it's snowing on the map, and I think this area is just so special because it has a little bit more utility than the southern side of the map, which allows you to put yourselves in better positions even if the zone pulls far. We do see a far pull this time, but if the zone pulls the opposite way, I want to see how the southern teams rotate compared to the northern teams, and I want to see how this team does in this match.
Exactly. Like you said, gonna have to rotate a little bit far for it, but once the zones start to pull a little bit up more towards their way, I do like that. I like some snow myself, and we're obviously approaching Christmas here soon, so I'm expecting to see some good drip from all these teams. Make sure you get the matching outfits. That's definitely important, but overall, maybe some Santa costumes as they're coming very soon. But another team going to be out here. They're landing, starting off pretty strong. I mean, like you talked about, those shockwave hammers going to be picked up by multiple teams, and nice shields, full on all members right
Definitely, and I wouldn't expect anything else from one of the top teams in the competition. This team has been really showing up, and they've actually claimed one of the, in my opinion, best POIs on the map. Anvil Square sort of gives me like a Misty Meadows vibe. It has a sort of split side. You got a more eastern side and you got a more western side, but then you also have a ton of loot, tons of chests, and also cars that you can use to bail out of the area. They have center zone, but they're also in the good spot. You can see the Chonkers wheels really being used to the best effect. Getting up the hill, might be getting in a bit of a car crash. You got to make sure you avoid those trees, but overall, a really good spot to be in because now they're taking the high ground position on the mountains around, looking towards the other POI, seeing where other teams have looted, because it's possible that major POIs like the Citadel could have been just left untimed.
It is possible there. We'll see. Like you said, though, just gathering information, one of the key resources here. Information is going to be the most powerful thing here in this week because new map, we've talked about it, that it is all about gaining that information and realizing where other teams are. But it's like you said, they're not just in a lull state. They are going towards the high ground, trying to scout and gain as much as they can. Now, we started with, I believe, 39 players, down to 32 at the moment. So there have been some that have fallen towards that elimination. But as we get further on, obviously, like you said, this ring pulling down towards the other side, a couple teams gonna have to make their rotation on it.
Definitely have to make their rotation on in. It looks like Ace and Co have already made a very good rotation. They're heading out to faulty splits. I'm not sure if this is going to be the place they dropped or just the place they're ending up, but they got the entire team in the car with them in a very good loadout for Ace at least. You have heals, you have shield, but it looks like there might be another team shooting at them, so you might have to start outputting some damage at some point in time. Looks like Ace is just sitting inside the car, but eventually that car is going to explode, dealing 50 damage to the players around him, but Ace wants to start dealing damage right now. A team on the high ground. Surge takes a lot of damage, but Ace is going to go straight up, trades out the knock onto one. They have 2 knocks. Their opponents have 1, and now they're just looking to clean up the rest. The final player inside the POI, it's not going to matter as Surge, Bing Bong, clean up that fight.
Wow, that was crazy. The enemy team actually had the jump on them there, but there's some beautiful shots there from Ace, just walking up those stairs, saying your high ground means nothing, and just taking the fight to them. They can quickly get that downed player back up, and suddenly they're back to full strength. It was a little bit, kind of a hairy situation there as the car was on fire, and they, all the team was focusing on them, but that car had enough health to survive them long enough to bounce back.
I think we might be doing a disservice to Fortnite by not talking about one of the most important updates that have happened. The reality augmentations that you actually just saw Ace use. He actually can now, because he chose a reality augmentation, he can glide off of any high ground position with the glide or redeploy reality augmentation. And that's not the only one. There's tons of other reality augmentations that people can have. They can make it so your ammo doesn't deplete as fast. They can make it so your first shot hits harder. It can allow you to mark out other players that your entire team can then see. There's a ton of advantages to which one you pick, but they give you random ones each time, so it's sort of like a guessing game to see which one you're actually gonna get.
That adds towards that RNG, but they are very, very strong this season, especially, and we're gonna see them throughout the day today. We'll have to see how teams use them, but it's like you said, instead of just maybe taking a chunk of fall damage, you can just glide straight off of whatever you want. Now, obviously, you're a little bit, vulnerable inside of that glider, but like you said, you don't really have a choice. You will get given one, and then you'll have to do with what you can, and is adding to that RNG factor of, maybe that enemy team does have their first bullet hit stronger. Maybe they hit you harder to start. You just got to be aware of that if you're the players here in the lobby.
And speaking of being aware, it looks like the North Carolina Virtual Academy team, the team that's currently in 2nd place overall on the overall standings for Stride Esports, have started to pick a fight with an opposing team. There's shots coming in from all directions, even shockwaves being thrown up to sort of disrupt this team. As you see, once you fall off that high ground, your positioning is kind of compromised, and so many teams around, they're just looking to hold on to this position. Saturn's taken a ton of damage, so they're just going to try to group up, use these splashes, use any heals that they can find, and hopefully try to seal a few eliminations from these fights.
High ground is king here, making sure they are fully healed on back up. Lil Riot going to be rebooted here, though, so that duo is going to be back up towards full strength, and 27 players still living their dreams out here in this game number 1 of the Eastern region. But as this circle is going to start to close more and more and more, you're going to see more of these high ground contests. I mean, we could see this area is filled with a lot of hills, so like you said, this high ground is going to be very important as it continues to close, as that storm eye gets closer towards you. This high ground is going to be ever important with those sight lines.
And you can see how, even though they have 3 people looking at teams, Saturn's still looking behind, trying to make sure that no team's sneaking up on them and also playing for that good positioning. But let's speak about good positioning. The high ground from ZX Fibula has been absolutely incredible for their positioning. Now, all they need to do is jump into this fight that they have put so much pressure on. Eventually, Colbus is going to find that knock, and Fibula doing a great job of cleaning up any last stragglers. It looks like there's still a couple members of the team left. They decided to use the rift to go to get out, but when you rift up into the sky, you got to be warned. These players can still shoot at you, so you got to be careful when you're making these rotations.
Yeah, you definitely have to, but it's like you said, that high ground coming in clutch once again, pulling out that big hammer. This is the first we are seeing of it. Gives you that nice little bounce around. Gonna grab some loot here real quick. Be able to get back and reset just as quick, so gonna be able to retake that position. and hold it once again. Still a lot of teams, though. I mean, it surprised me, but it doesn't with this region that there's still going to be this many left, and it's going to be an exciting final storm.
Yeah, and I believe this is going to be the third place overall team of Cyber Academy of South Carolina. And their loadout, at least on Fibula's side, looks absolutely amazing. You can see Fibula even hitting the skater dance right there, doing a bit of showing off. And you should when you have 6 splashes and also 3 jellyfish, which you can actually get with one of those reality augmentations. You can put down a serious amount of damage, and maybe not the most common use of the new pistol, but it can work. I've seen pistol used at range only seldomly, but you can see Fibula even putting in some damage despite not having the accuracy of Red Eye and stuff like that. But they're going to definitely have enough accuracy to find a player completely split up and find out that elimination onto Rapid Bear.
Up that high ground once again, going to spot them player and spot them another 2 points because that one is doubled. You can see NCVA Saturn along with the team is doing a good job of getting some eliminations as well, but as this storm starts to close, we can see just how brutal this high ground is. It really is just trees that are not the best cover for these other teams that have to rotate in. There's a couple other hills though that are still available, but only 20 players still available to fight off this team on high ground.
Yeah, and you could see them using the Excalibur rifle from high ground to absolute perfection. There was a player hiding behind a tree, and I believe it was Batman Boy. Shot an Excalibur rifle to one side of the tree, and then immediately after that, shot an Excalibur rifle to the other side of the tree. And because it does splash damage, it basically pins a player to really only just run farther away. So not only are they holding onto the high ground well, they're doing a great job of just zoning off any other players. They're using explosive cans to destroy the trees around them. This is very disciplined gameplay from this team, and they're going to get rewarded for it as they do find a few more shots onto a player in the distance.
We'll find some damage here, and once again, the trees, they're just going to burn them all down. They do not want to make sure there is anything blocking their line of sight on towards any of these locations. And you can see there's pretty much only river over there, a little bit of a lake for you to chill in for a second. But I mean, and you can see this circle pool once again is absolutely beautiful for this team. High ground is going to be nice, and they're going to continue to just rain down fire on any team that wants to rotate in.
And they're raining down fire. They've found a couple eliminations, but I've seen the North Carolina Virtual Academy team in the feed find probably more, maybe like 3 or 4 eliminations in the past just 3 minutes. So they're definitely putting in the work as well. I believe the elimination that Colbus just finished wasn't even their elimination. That was another North Carolina Virtual Academy elimination that's going to count on the side of that team, not the team we're looking at right now. And Mystical getting even more active, but you can see the RPG finally coming out. This is the perfect time to use it to destroy those natural structures, all that cover getting absolutely blown to bits by Colbus. They are putting on so much pressure if there's still a team inside that house.
Yeah, there's so much pressure being put here. Got to be careful here from Fibula. Takes a decent bit of damage. Dropped down to 63 HP here. But gonna be able to pop some, I believe, corn. What was that? Banana too. So he's eating good. Obviously, eating your vegetables is good, but also going to make sure those shields are heaped up as well. So as this circle starts to close, the storm eye gonna shrink here now. And like you said, there's only about 1 natural building and some trees, and that's pretty much it. The other problem is though, for Fibula and squad, they don't have a lot of cover either.
They do not have a lot of cover either. You can see the shockwave bows coming towards them, but they can only shoot RPGs back. 16 players left at least. Not even sure how many teams that is, and they're still holding on to their resources pretty well. I gotta shout out Fibula for using the corn and sort of the vegetables before they used all their chug splashes. It allows them to hang on to at least 3 more chug splashes right now and use the chug splashes when they have more value, when they can heal back up their team, but still taking a lot of damage as Paven takes some from the low ground. Colbus also getting beamed to almost a sliver of HP, and now this team has to start worrying. If some team was to jump up and try to take this high ground, it would be very dangerous. You can see even the nades are thrown a little bit short, so they need to make something happen quick. They need to get their HP back quick, otherwise they're going to be in a disadvantageous position when the game starts ending, and they lose the zone pull.
Yeah, the zone is not going to go towards them, and it'll have to be a long rotation for them. They are on the longest side here, so it is going to be a long and hard one for them. Obviously, they will have a little bit of a ridge to walk up to, but, at this point, it's going to be the team up on that, half house that was taking some damage by those rockets, but it is going to be Vixios trying to, look around, see if there are any rats hiding around the area, making sure that all of their backside is clean, because it looks like right now they're kind of chilling on their position. They have the ability to maybe fight for a win here. So they're going to play down a little bit lower in this ravine, a little bit closer towards that water.
And the scary thing is there's a high ground right above them, and I guarantee you there's going to be a team up on top of that high ground. But Colbus, Paven, Batman Boy, and Fibula managed to make the rotation in. Colbus even hits the 84 total white tag. Obviously, they changed how the damage was shown in Fortnite, but Paven showing up bigger in the feed, finds a knock on the Saturn. That's going to be fully eliminated, and Colbus's position just allows him to dominate the space around. They destroyed all the trees in this area. They lit fire to the forest, made it so no team could rotate in, and now the only cover that they have is the cover that they've made for themselves, which allows them to have free reign over basically anybody else. Paven, though, getting very, very low, glides back to the team, hops inside the bush, and you can even see the regen coming through. Bought the bush regen augmentation, but unfortunately 2 players now down. This is the team of 2. Mystical also has a team that's up in the air, but Excalibur rifle bullets firing in, the swords exploding all around, and now it's just left to Fibula to see what they can do.
Fibula probably not even going to be able to get these reses. It is Mystical and company that are looking to do some damage here. They are not done yet, as it is just a solo standing between them and a victory royale. Looks like they will eliminate that final player. A beautiful game there from the squad of Jacob, Gamer, Mystical, Burr, Angel, and company. And that is a good first game win. But more importantly, I mean, that high ground perfectly, I'd like to say. I mean, they weren't scared. They were getting rocketed. They were getting grenaded. And they just stuck with it, knowing that the ring would pull towards their position and end up getting rewarded.
That's all it's about. It's about a lot of disciplined gameplay, knowing exactly how to prioritize your loot, putting yourself in the right position, and then at the end of the game, being able to rain fire left, right, and center. It doesn't matter really who picks up the most eliminations. It just matters about that victory royale, especially when you're Virginia Virtual Academy. You're on top of everybody at the moment, and you just booked yourself another win, another huge amount of points on the board to keep yourself ahead of every other team.
You're ahead. Extending that lead is so huge. And, like you said, eliminations, they don't mean as much, but we saw NCVA getting a lot. I mean, they were getting some back-to-back ones, like you said, on the rotation in that they might not have necessarily gotten the highest placement they would have wanted, but they did get a lot of eliminations there in that game. Number 1 doubled, and so that's going to be a decent bit of points to at least keep them in the running.
100%, but that was just game 1. We got 2 more to go for the East region and a lot more throughout the day. So if you're just joining us, you got to stay tuned. We got so much more Stride Esports action after this quick break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Stride Esports League. We just had game number 1 of the Eastern region, but we still got 2 more to go. Definitely not done, but what a showing of high ground. I mean, break that down a little bit for me, War.
Yeah, so the team on a high ground, there's actually going to be 2 high grounds. There's one on the sort of southern side of the zone, one on the northern side of the zone. The team on the southern side had to make the rotation in and made a pretty good rotation given what they had, but despite that, I mean, the high ground that pulls zone just has such an advantage, and they were just able to clean up a full wipe on that squad. Every squad in the lobby eventually falling down, and they take home the game. So for Virginia Virtual Academy, an amazing first game, but I have no doubt in my mind that the second and third games are going to be even better.
Yeah, I cannot wait for them. Gonna be super exciting, but it's like you said, they had that high ground advantage. They had some of that natural cover. Obviously, some rockets had come in earlier to blow in some of their front doors off of that one, but they could watch as pretty much everyone else rotated in. All those eliminations seemed to go towards their way. And that other team, it could have gone a lot different if that storm had gone the other way, pushed that other team out. That other team that was holding yet another building could have been the benefactors of that one, but sadly doesn't pull that way sometimes. But it looks like we are getting ready to go here into game number 2. It is going to be an exciting one. And are you excited, War? I know I am.
I'm excited. Let's hop right into game number 2. The game is ready. The battle bus has launched, and we're actually tuning in with our team that did very well and I believe won the previous game. That's going to be Mystical, A. Jacob, and the anonymous player, which I believe is 4R. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but one of the best teams on the day so far, and also one of the best teams on the leaderboard. They're dropping at Frenzy Field, and they're actually claiming the center of this POI, destroying all the buildings around them with that flame bow, and they're going to be able to get a little bit of an advantage. Once this flag raises all the way up, it's going to drop them a ton of loot that they can utilize to then rotate towards the center of the zone and make the biggest plays possible.
And I'll get so much loot once this gets towards the top. Obviously, like you said, gonna burn down some of those buildings, making sure all that loot can drop towards the ground. And I do like this play. They are already inside of this circle, so they can take their time a little bit, get looted up, and make sure they are ready to go. Now, I mean, we saw towards the end of last season that it really seemed like there was a lot of loot opportunities. It seems like this season, obviously, there's a little bit less loot, but you have to prioritize, getting yourself fully looted up, fully shielded, and having those resources that, have changed towards this season.
Resources that have changed matter a lot, but especially those reality augmentations matter even more. You can see they all get their reality augmentations at the same time, and they instantly select them because they are just that valuable to have. Once you can sort of upgrade your player, upgrade your character, you can make yourself much, much more powerful in the game. You can even see the Glider redeploy bought by A. I'm not sure what the other players have gotten. We'll have to tune in this team later in the game to see how strong their loadout is.
I cannot wait to see how strong they can get, but we're going to hop on over to NCVA, another team that is going to be looting up here over in Breakwater Bay, location here on the edge that is pretty nice. I like this location a lot. Can get yourself, again, a decent bit of that loot, and I think we've seen a little bit less of those contests off of drop here, it seems like. But, still using the same things as last season, using that bounty board. We see that a lot from these players to give yourself a general location of where one other player is on that map.
Definitely need to figure that out, but you can see it with players, obviously, as you said, figuring out where their players are dropping. They've sort of gained a sort of respect for the team that won the first game off spawn. We haven't really seen many fights even happening in the elimination feed just yet. A lot of players are just deciding to play it safe. They saw how important that placement was on the first game in a fairly stacked endgame, and they want to have that placement a second time. They want to replicate success if they had success the first game, and if they didn't have success, they got to change up their strategy a bit. Maybe it's going to be using new weapons, new utility items, like weapons like the Shockwave Hammer that obviously matters so much, because if Fear wants, he can just jump ahead of the zone, or he could just not pick up the Shockwave Hammer. That works too, and completely ruin my point. But if he wanted, he could have taken the Shockwave Hammer and totally caught up with his team. That's all I'm going to say.
He heard you. He said, I don't want it. If we're saying I want it, I don't want it.
Oh, boy.
Of course. But, yeah, going to be launching some shots here into the air towards, it looks like a floating little balloon. And That's going to be a little fun. That'll drop off for them. But, like you said, prioritizing weapons, maybe trying something different there, as it does look like there is another player on the other side of this short river. So do have to be careful. But if you are in CVA, you got some elimination points from last game. But like you were mentioning, might want to have a better placement game. And if you can combine these two games, get something good, you're going to be even more rewarded for that, double points.
Definitely going to be more rewarded, and Fear got so close to finding that elimination on that team. I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up attacking this team, taking the fight. It's the team that's dropping the Citadel, which in my opinion is at least one of the biggest, if not the most stacked POI in the map in terms of just broad area and loot within the POI. It also has a decent amount of mats. Not that that matters in this no build mode, but it has a lot of potential in all game modes. So you can see NCVA looking to head towards where that team was, but it's possible that they've spent so much time at this POI, they might have just rotated out, gone as far away as they can. A lot of teams, as I said before, prioritizing those placement points, and it's smart that they are because they're just worth so much.
Prioritizing those placement points. They're also prioritizing this, I guess you would call it like a zombie apocalypse taxi, with that extra addition on towards the front to make sure nothing is in front of you. But we'll have to get that rotation. Like you said, rotation was really important. We saw that last game, that those early rotations really did pay off. So the faster you can loot, the faster you can get there in any way, shape, or form. Maybe pick up that hammer. Already has one, 2 uses on it, but might want to pick up another, because why not?
Why not? And I feel like complementing that with the shockwave vote gives you at least a lot of shocking power to the entire lobby. Could definitely catch anybody by surprise. But this team has made such a good rotation. They're basically getting maybe like 2 full POIs worth of loot just because they're able to extend that far. But with the lobby always changing, never really being certain, they can't always expect that they get this entire area for free. At some point in time, some things are going to change, and with change comes adaptation, and this team has been the best at adapting throughout the entire season. Managed to win out the first game, and with some of these shots going onto the high ground, 16 damage total on that team. They definitely want to make some big plays. A player actually hammers straight into them. They're going to look to chase that down 1000% because they know that's a solo.
I know that's a solo, but it looks like Mystical is actually going to take a lot of damage here, taking down to just 18 health. So he's going to have to pop that 50 shield potion. Make sure you can get back up to full here. It's going to be Grace Newman there in the elimination feed to take out Anonymous. This bush is not providing them a lot of cover, although it, blocks line of sight. It does not block those bullets, and they're going to lose a teammate for it. So all of a sudden, this team that just won our last game is now in trouble, as it looks like Burr Angel also going to be dropped here. Mystical and company just going to use that hammer, bounce on out, and try and get to safety, and trying to, secure themselves some placement points with this horrible situation that has happened.
And they got so lucky because Michigan Virtual Academy, the team that pushed up onto them, actually got third-partied by another team. You can actually see that Grace got knocked in the feed, which means that the team that started the fight is down 2 players. The team that was on the receiving end is also down 2 players. And it looks like in the feed, there's one team that's prospering from all of this. That's going to be NCVA. North Carolina Virtual Academy is doing so well. And with that third party, it might even allow Jacob and Mystical to go back for their teammate, get a res that they definitely shouldn't have been able to get.
They definitely should not have been able to get this res, but it looks like the reset just going to be there. They're going to get 2 players on it, making sure that is as fast as possible. They will be able to reset as much as they possibly can here. And they got kind of gifted it. Like you said, that third party kind of walked on in and kind of took away a lot of their power, but it took away the power of the team that was attacking them as well. So they'll be able to get the reset. They are a little bit outside of the circle here, so you do have to be careful, but they'll at least be 3 strong moving forward.
They'll be 3 strong, but definitely want to be 4 strong. Having your full squad up is so important for these games. So could look for the reboot card, but before that, they got to ensure that they're not getting attacked. You can see Shockwave Bow coming into effect. A lot of damage taking off of the health of Mystical. Mystical actually getting dropped from such a far distance. That's about 200 meters for that shot as Saturn finds one onto that team. And now Saturn looking to rotate down, looking to pressure out this opposing team.
They're looking to pressure for sure. A beautiful shot, like you said, 200 plus meters. Absolutely insane there. But this NCVA team, once again, utilizing eliminations to boost their score here. And you can see it looks like Grace Newman and squad actually didn't get fully eliminated. Rather, it is going to be Nigis to be the one member left alive here that is going to be trying to rotate out with that beautiful new hammer. It's going to be down to 0 uses, so got to be careful here. I might have been able to grab those reboot cards, but NCVA is going to be watching. If you reboot again, I mean, they're going to be right in the area.
Definitely going to be right in the area. And unfortunately for Nigis, doesn't have a single one of their teammates' cards. Could go back for it with 6 splashes, but it's kind of risky to do that, especially when other teams know where you are. And getting a reboot on second, third zone is very, very risky. It has such low win rate overall. So finally recharges the third of the 4 shockwave hammer uses. If he wants to, he could use the med kit, go all the way back into zone to try and pick up the teammates. But there is some value in playing as a solo because you have the ability to fly under the radar, camp in places where a full team couldn't camp, and get a lot of placement value. So it's really a choice, not just for Nigis, but for the entire team of what to do and how to play out this game.
It's definitely a team play like you're talking about, and it's like you mentioned that if you try and res 3 or 2 members in this 2 or 3 or 4 round circle, it's a very low percentage play that it possibly could get your entire team eliminated. Where, like you're saying, if you play as a solo, you can hide in certain places, you can play that just for placement, and although you might not have the ability to be at full strength, you have the ability to possibly get yourself more points, which points are so important with 2 times in this week 3.
2 times in the week 3 matters so much, but what matters more is the positioning of North Carolina Virtual Academy. They weren't able to take game 1, but they're might be able to convert game 2 with such a good positioning. I think this is going to be a similar hill to what we saw on the previous game that they're going to be able to get up onto, and maybe even play this building. Oh, this is so smart. They're actually going to invest their porta bunkers on top of the already built structure. So it's going to be almost impossible to take them out. They have a lot more cover around them, and they have one of the best positions in the zone. A lot of ammo to destroy the trees around them. They could do a similar thing that we saw in game 1 and end up with a victory royale at the end of this one.
I would really love to see it just start destroying those trees, making sure none of that foliage is there to protect from those shots that you are raining down. And there's going to be a team out in that house. So like you said, this high ground going to help them a lot. Also with this porta bunker, going to be a very hard position to destroy. And, they are going to keep that bullet rain, keep it on coming here as they will check all around, making sure they can check their backside, make sure no one is rotating in. And once that is fully cleared, they can look forward to everyone else.
I think they've realized the one disadvantage to building. Oh, that's actually so smart. The Sharky uses the chug cannon to clear that, but the entire bottom of the structure they were on was all wood. So somebody shot a bow at the bottom of that structure. It all is gonna ignite on fire. But then Sharky says, "We got a fire. I'm the fireman. I'm the shark man himself." Pulls out the chug cannon, washes it all out. That is such a genius play. I cannot believe that they just pulled that off.
That is so genius. Stopping fires and hopefully taking shots here soon is what Sharky's going to do. This NTVA team that we talked about needs a big game here in game number 2. Falling out a little bit early there in game number 1, but they had a lot of elimination points. Did a really good job of still racking them up. This Storm Eye starting to close here. We will get our next circle here very soon, and they will see if, they have picked a good spot or if they're going to have to once again leave and the fireman take their water somewhere else.
We will have to wait and see, but before we do that, I think they're going to select a few reality augmentations. They do get the zone in this spot, which is going to be massive because if they pull one more zone, that's about when the game starts to end and players are forced out of all the positions. So holding on to this spot guarantees them, in my opinion, at least a top 3 position, especially when they're destroying the only other high ground cover on the map before anybody else can even rotate into it. So a really good position. Now it's just about how you zone people out. I see a lot of people say that, oh, I feel like they just got a little bit luckier of a draw. I mean, this game, but that's true. But also, you can sort of change the map. You can impact everything around you. Just a single shot, a single bullet can do so much. And they're shooting more than single bullets. They're putting in a ton of damage, but RPG's coming back towards them. I don't think that the chug can is going to be able to heal against that. Just barely goes over their head.
I don't think the firefighter going to be able to put that one out. But it's like you said, you know, any single bullet, a single grenade, anything can really change the flow of the game. And I mean, you talk about those rockets, you talk about this porta bunker. If that porta bunker gets destroyed, I mean, they are on somewhat of a hill, but this high ground will not be as strong if it gets destroyed. So you can see, though, they're doing the exact same thing you mentioned as the team that was on high ground last game, is just destroying all of the trees and making sure that their line of sight is completely open, that they can dump those mags into the enemy house, into the enemy players, and maybe steal some of those eliminations because there's nowhere for them to hide.
I'm sort of wondering where everybody else is hiding. 17 players left. We're with a team that has the biggest high ground position, and I don't see a thing. Like, where are these players at? They gotta have the best hiding spots in the world. Like, Nigis, who just got a knock, I was just about to bring them up. Like, they're a solo right now, so they can hide in weird spots, but where are you hiding? You can see Paven, Colbus, Fibula, and Spams have another good spot camping in a bush, so it's a little bit opposite of the previous high ground, but it's gonna only just take one shot from explosive blow, a flame bow, or a shockwave bow, or even an RPG. So many weapons that can disrupt bush cover, and so much disruption happening in the field already. Hotrid getting forced off the high ground, now has to hide behind cover. Lots of spray coming in from the rock ahead of them. They just gotta make the rotation as 2 players get knocked. Hotrid is trying to get up, get out, but it's going to be straight into the fire of that high ground team. Hadra needs to find some form of cover, manages to sneak behind a small little tent as the 3rd player in the team does go down. Now it's just up to Hadrid. And now that the cover's been exposed, what can you do in this situation? It's going to be nothing. NCVA with the high ground takes down Hadrid.
And that's absolutely beautiful. Just recognizing that that is your elimination, destroying all of the cover. And you can see the cover is theirs here. I mean, you can see, you know, it's going to pull a slight bit away from them, but they're going to have another one of those porta bunkers. Bunker up once again here. Rockets, though, going to say, you're going to take some damage on that one. You got to be a little bit careful. It's going to be down to just 9 players. A small little circle here for NCVAs. They got to be careful because there's not a lot of cover on this hill.
There's not a lot of cover. The only advantage they're hanging on to is being a full squad, still having a decent amount of utility, but they're going to be up against another full squad, and I believe a solo in the distance. That's going to be Fibula, Paven, Spams, and Colbus firing rockets, firing shockwave bows, doing whatever you can to disrupt the team on the low ground. They don't even realize where the final player is, but it doesn't matter right now. If they want to win this game, they got to do something big to take out the only other team in the lobby, and they're actually going to drive straight into them. They got the Chonkers truck. They're going as a full team, pushing this fight, and this is going to be the fight that's probably going to decide the game.
This is a hill fight here. They're going to take it immediately, but C8 Spam is going to be taken out of 75 health. The big shotgun shots are coming through, though, and Saturn gets down there. It's going to be a trade, though. 1 for 1 now. It looks like maybe a 2 for 1 as this hill team playing this ridge absolutely perfectly. It's actually just down to Fear here, the last NCVA player. That play was massive for them. They drove the truck right up to the edge and knew they could look over it. They had the peak advantage, and they might have just secured themselves a victory royale with that fight.
And Fear has no utility. There's still a final solo, and Fear has basically nothing at the moment. could shockwave up if he had a single bullet in the bow. The player's gonna drop down. There's really nothing that Fear can do. Being shockwave left and right, has to take the fun gunfight, manages to knock one, has guaranteed himself second place because Nigis went down in the feed, but now knows there's a full team on high ground. Didn't find any of the bows. They're gonna drop down. 1, 2, 3. They're gonna clean it up. It's gonna be Paven and co from Cyber Academy of South Carolina who take game number 2.
An absolutely beautiful showcasing there from them. I mean, what a team fight to secure themselves a victory. Now, obviously, Fear, a good 1v1 there at the end to at least secure themselves, 2 points of elimination points there, and at least a second place from, obviously, like you said, that other solo going down. But the ring really pulled towards not NCVA's favor, sadly. It pulled towards the team that still had piece of that house. They still had some of that hill, and they just decided we're going to drive straight into them, and they can just look down. There was just a ridge there. There's nothing that the enemy team could do.
There's really nothing the enemy team can do, and Cyber Academy of South Carolina has really impressed me throughout the day today. They were coming in as the 3rd overall team on the standings, but I think they're sort of playing like number 1 right now. They've played every single map or every single zone to perfection. They've been doing so well in each of these games with sort of countering out the utility of others, and they're not playing team fights as a solo. They're playing them as a group, managing to pick up eliminations while they do it and getting the victory royale in game 2. I'm excited to see what this team does on game number 3.
I'm really excited. I mean, it just goes to show every single team in this lobby has a chance to win it, has a chance to do damage, has a chance to get those eliminations. And obviously with 2-point times multiplier, I mean, it's just that much more high stakes, and it's just that much more possibility to catch yourself back up. If you have a good week, if you have a good 2 weeks, and like you said, just good adaptation. I mean, obviously new map, new everything. It's really good to see.
It's really great to see, and I gotta shout out one more player. That's gonna be Nigis, making the decision not to reboot the team, play it as a solo, managing to sneak all the way into 3rd, maybe just seconds away from also getting 2nd. That's still a ton of points on the board, and it was a risk that managed to pay off for that team, so we definitely see them hopping up the leaderboard. But before any hopping happens, we gotta hop to a quick break. We'll be right back with game number 3 of East.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Stride Esports League. We are hopping and ready to go after game number 2 here for the Eastern region, but we got one final game in this week, number 3. And then, obviously they'll have next week. They'll have the 4 times point multiplier, but this is the last game for East region.
Last game for East region. You could say the final game of the playoffs, and there's definitely a lot at stake right now for these players. Obviously a very dynamic leaderboard throughout these weeks for regular season, and then with the playoffs being double points, it gets even crazier throughout. So with the final week, the final week of playoffs, the final game of the playoffs for East, I'm just excited, one, to see who takes home the victory royale, and two, to see where this final zone is going to go.
I'm excited. I mean, we've had two kind of those, kind of autumn nature zones. I want one northern. I want one in the snow. That would be fun to end on, but I am excited to see where it does go. But we're seeing a lot of those new weapons and new meta changes that we're seeing. A lot of those rotations also have been key. It seems like, these teams are really prioritizing getting towards those zones really, really early. Just getting there because, they don't know where this is necessarily going to go. They don't know. They haven't put as much practice in as those previous maps, those previous seasons. So, getting there early, getting there first can give you kind of the pick of the litter of where you want to go.
I'm actually really surprised at how well these students have adapted to the meta. It felt like they're just coming in from game one, knowing what items to take, knowing how vital that the bows are going to be. I didn't expect the bows to have that much of an impact, but with shockwave bows that you can just disrupt somebody's high ground, explosive bows where you can just light everything on fire or blow up cover, things like that are things that I guess put these students at least above me as a Fortnite player. They are very good at what they do and also very smart.
I'm still learning everything. They've already mastered it seems. Like, what's going on here? They seem to, like you said, though, really understand how this meta is working, and those bows, like you said, are using them to absolute perfection. I think especially, like you're saying, those explosive bows, those ones that could do that fire damage. We saw that especially in last game, just burning down the whole entirety of the high ground for the one team was super, super strong. And then, when they tried to port a bunker later, they had rockets, they had other things to use, so they just had really good communication between each other to say, okay, you carry the explosive bow, I'll carry the rocket launcher, make sure we don't have multiple of each. But talking about explosive, we got some explosive gameplay coming up, and it is going to happen here in game number 3.
Let's hop right into it. We're going in with Niges, Matt, Grace, and Bayla. The team that got third in the last game, sticking strong and true to their drop spot of Anvil Square. And I think they're the one team that has really stuck to the same drop spot throughout the entire competition, doing a great job of holding down this POI, holding their position in this game.
Holding it down like an anvil, you might say. Okay, that was bad. Okay, I take it back. I take it back. But yeah, like you said, they're holding it down. This is a really good spot to be in. It's more central than others, you could say, and it gives you a lot of good loot. We did see a team, I believe it was last game, kind of land across that lake, so it will be interesting to see if that team does land there again. They did take some shots from, I believe, this team and take some damage, so maybe not as heavily requested as a landing spot, but we'll see what they decide to do. If you can get some early eliminations, if you can cut a team here out of game number 3, can be really strong along with picking up their loot.
The one thing I wonder is exactly how will this team adapt if it's going to be a different zone than a central one. We've seen two fairly central zones that have been very advantageous for this team, who drops around the central area have only probably needed to rotate at most maybe 500, 600 meters. But if you have to make one of those long rotations, either north or south, you really have to adapt. You have to know what teams are around you and be able to take and hold space effectively to make those rotations in the best way possible.
It's all about space, and it's all not necessarily just about space. It's about presence of that space. I mean, anyone can hold a high ground, but it's what are you doing with that high ground? Are you making sure that you're hiding all in a porta bunker, and that when somebody pushes up on you, it's just you're going to get massacred? I mean, that's not what you want to do. You want to show presence and make sure that you're letting every other team know this is our spot, this is our area. You are going to have to fight 4 of us to try and take it from us. And, we've seen that from all of our teams here that, have taken that high ground, that they've shown that presence and been able to hold it down.
And it's the ability to sort of predict the zone, sort of have to have that sixth sense within games to know where that zone's going and just play a lot of Fortnite, know exactly how the game works, the meta works, and being able to adapt whenever it matters most. A very strong loadout for Nigis. A lot of those impulse grenades and a lot of power potentially with the shockwave hammer in inventory. So they're going to make the rotation straight out to bail out Six, who was getting a little bit of loot from other POIs and using the dirt bike. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think the dirt bike can go that high up hills, but almost making it up the hill. At least going to be able to meet up with the teammate. Unfortunately, not enough seats on the bike for them to come through as well, but has some great loot to pick from here.
A great loot and some great dance moves to utilize on that bike. But like you said, those bikes are really interesting. They can really carry you very fast towards that zone. But it's like you said, it cannot carry all of your team like a traditional car might. So you do have to kind of give them some rotation tools, or maybe give them another bike to form a convoy to get yourself in towards that ring. But it looks like, once again, high ground going to be the priority, for all of these teams. And they're going to try and get the highest spot possible, try and get as many sight lines as possible to give them as much information as possible.
You can see exactly how important it is. I mean, they're going straight up to basically the tallest peak in the entire game. They already have one player up, and soon the rest will follow. They realize that this is center zone, and they're just going to take the area around this, sort of fan out, make sure no teams are around them, maybe grab a bit more loot. But once they've settled down, once they've settled in, they can sort of just relax and play their game to perfection from their advantageous positioning.
And it's all about that presence, once again, is showcasing yourself as, we own this kind of position that, you can scout out, where you are, where teams are specifically, and where to look, where to put that pressure on other teams to make them make decisions that might not be the best. But like you said, taking possibly, a center ring, possibly the highest high ground there, is such a power position to have early. And you can see shields are good, the loot is good, shockwave hammer in inventory. I mean, overall, just a really, really good start for this team.
Great start. I think they realized that the POI of Shattered Slabs is also unlooted as well. I actually love that they're sort of playing around with the slabs. I've tried to do this so many times. What you can do is you can hit it to change the direction at which it goes, and then once they stop hitting it, eventually, hopefully, it'll project in a certain direction, and it gives you a little boost in that direction, but it's a little bit anticlimactic because unfortunately you can't really ride on them that well. See?
Yeah, having just a little bit of fun, obviously. Oh, did it break?
It doesn't break, no.
Yeah,
just send it flying.
Very, very fun, just fun activities. Oh, they're gonna take it with them. It's a new vehicle.
I mean, who needs dirt bikes and cars, right?
Exactly. We're gonna chop that one up and ooh.
Oh wait, I have not seen that one before. I'm not gonna
Ooh.
lie. That was a lot more effective than I thought it'd be.
Yeah, let's take that on up to the mountain with them. They say, Slab, you're coming with us, possibly some extra cover us along with that hill. But NCVA, we're going to swap over to them, see how they are doing. After last game, again, they've had 2 games where they've gotten a decent bit of elimination, some decent placement, but, have not found that win here yet. So we'll see if they can. They are inside of this circle, so although they may be a little bit near the edge of it, they are in it, so they won't be taking damage from that storm.
Definitely a very important place to be, and definitely important time to talk about how much they need to take over first place. They're currently in second at the moment to VAVA Varsity squad by about 100-point lead for that squad. So they need a big performance today, and then the performance of their life on the final day if they want to take over first place. As you remember, the finals week is going to be that 4 times point multiplier. So it definitely is possible for this squad. They just need to have a big game right now.
Need to have a big game, need to have a big week next week. Quadruple, like you said, the point totals for that week. And, If that top team, if they start slipping, there is that opportunity for NCVA. Or, I mean, you can just extend your lead. Even if they can't take first, they've had a really good regular season. They've had a really, really good performance. And, just holding this second place spot, even if they don't take home that win, would be really, really impressive to me.
Definitely be extremely impressive. And the thing I love about at least these Stride esports competitions, it gives a lot of time for players to adapt to the meta. It's not just 3 games, 6 games, and you're done. It is a entire season. The players really can show off exactly who is the best in the competition. And Fear, Saturn, Phioxes, and Sharkies definitely proving themselves to be one of the top overall.
They've proved it and they have shown it here. And that shockwave hammer is going to show them here in towards the bay. See what they can do with that position. But we'll swap on over to Grace Newman and squad as it looks like AK Air has gotten elimination there in the feed. So some early trades going back and forth. Excuse me. Citadel is actually going to be a large chunk of where this circle is going. So as this storm ice starts to close, I mean, there's some nice changes in high ground in this area that the first teams here really do have such an advantage over the others.
Definitely such an advantage. I mean, this alone is probably the highest peak on one of the entire Fortnite maps, and you can even see the terrain around it. There's other high ground areas that these players can take up and utilize. So they just have to make the decision of exactly where do they want to go, because the top of the Citadel is a little bit outside of the zone. So they might want to extend more upwards towards that other northern side of the island. And I gotta say, I'm glad we get a north zone to close it out. It may not be the snowy area, but it's still gonna be a very dynamic endgame.
It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna love it here. It's still no snow, which makes me a little bit sad. But like you said, it will be very dynamic. A lot of changes in high ground. There's going to be some of that water available, which is pretty much non-cover. So if you are in it, you are going to be a target. But Newman and company, they are not looking to be a target. They're looking to take a high ground position. They're actually kind of splitting their resources right now towards two different high ground, it looks like. But Grace taking a couple of shots here. Do have to be careful. There are some other teams that are watching and waiting, and it looks like they're going to regroup up on the hill that they have 2 players up on already. So hopefully they can hold down this position because it's a pretty good one so far.
Definitely a good one, but I wonder if this position is going to hold. It's on the outskirts of the zone. Maybe
True.
they just know something I don't, but at the moment, I wouldn't expect this to exactly hold out, but it allows them to grab a bit of loot. You can see there's a couple porta bunkers there that they can always bring up towards the top of the hill and utilize. See a double reboot in the feed. Hotred and Paven both gonna be rebooted and gonna be able to play out with their team from this third zone on. Looks like the hill actually might have pulled on the edge, so potentially gonna be a good position for Grace to at least stay for one more zone.
They know something we don't. The smartest players out here, right here on this hill. They've claimed one of them. It's going to be just barely out, so they're going to have to actually rotate. So they're going to try for another little hill piece that, we talked about the Citadel has a lot of high ground. Like you said, a really tall point in the map overall connecting towards Breakwater Bay. It's going to be that they're going to have to find another position, that they don't want the ring right on their backside. They want to have some space to play with. So they're going to take up some of these houses in the bay, which I think is actually really, really smart for now. They can get, like you said, fully looted up, making sure they have all the resources necessary for that next circle.
They definitely should have it. The team that started out the game here has already probably rotated outwards, so it allows them to sort of scavenge the POI, see if they can find any other loot for AKA Bear and Co. They had to find a reboot on their teammate of Hotred before they made it into zone, but now finally making it about halfway there. They still have a long way to go and still a lot of teams in the area. Shots coming in from multiple directions, so they have to be very, very careful as they make this rotation.
Gotta be careful. A lot of teams are watching and waiting for your downfall, so don't want to be caught in that. But it is going to be Saturn once again in that elim feed, going to get one for themselves. And teams NCVA, they have racked up a lot, but this team fight here for the side of AK Bear and company is going to be a little bit turned not towards their favor, as they will lose Hatred. Bear is going to put down some really good long-range shots. 132 will connect, but Oh, they didn't really get a knock. They didn't really get anything to play off of. And this team is advancing with their ways.
They've also angered an NPC, so they have a fifth opponent to worry about here. Multiple knocks and a full elimination has come through from this other team, and the opposing team doing a really good job of just holding down this space. The shots from the NPC are definitely going to be substantial when it comes to it, and the scariest thing is they still have to rotate in. The zone is still not in their favor, so they have to go more north if they want to get in, but they've given their opponent so much time to position. They could be on a hill waiting, they could be in a bush waiting, they could be in any position just trying to hold out their opponents.
They really could, and the Storm Eye, like you said, is going to start to hit their backside here, so they're going to have to run on in. They're going to be running right in towards another team. A quick 41 from AK Bear, and some nice connecting shots will actually trade. They're going to lose Anonymous, though, and got to be careful as Ghost is not able to full heal, and it's got to be careful. About 50 health in total is what I would say. And now they're just going to trade shots here in this Autumn Forest as, again, really nothing to play with, no real cover, and they got to try and save the teammate. Anonymous gonna be launched in to be able to be saved, and just as they thought they were gonna be saved, a stray bullet connects.
Unfortunately, the timer does tick out, and the pressure from the lobby was just a little bit too much for this team. But now, Bear and Ghost have choices. They're going to actually run in and get some of the loot, or maybe not. They got to make sure they drop some of the loot outside of zone first before maybe they pick up the new loot. But there's a lot of loot in the zone, but with only a few seconds to play for it, and the Storm being effectively, I believe, a 5 or 10 tick right now, they need to be quick with these rotations. They need to get in and get healthy before the Storm starts rotating again in another 30 seconds.
They really need to be careful here. Do not want to be caught on the wrong side of this. And especially with this upcoming circle, there is not a lot of space to play. So as a duo, you're going to have to try and find something, going to have to try and play for that positioning. But we will see Fibula and company here. Looks like they have taken up a spot, but they are once again just a little bit outside here. It looks like they might have some space to play, but you know, they are going to have that Storm Eye right on towards their backside. But that is not something you want. You want space to play with, but if you can have a mountain, you got to play with it.
And I don't think they can feasibly hold this hill. They do have just the sliver edge of the hill in, but if you're that far on the edge, like, it's gonna basically just compromise your positioning. You can see how easy it is that players can even project damage onto teammates, and it looks like Paven got damaged up a little bit too much, getting fully eliminated there, unfortunately. So at least Fibula is going to be able to scavenge a bit of that loot, but now they realize that the team on this hill is fractured. They're only left as a duo. They have to make a crazy rotation very, very shortly, and with the Citadel high ground still in play, it's going to be so hard to make it through the trenches.
Yeah, this Citadel high ground is reigning supreme over anything else, it seems. Colbus and Fibula are going to have to get this rotate out here with this truck. They're just going to ram through everything, saying no houses for you, making sure they cleared it out. If there was any players in there, it doesn't look like there was, so they will now be able to be set up with, you know, kind of this half house that they already destroyed, you know, giving themselves some sight lines and giving themselves placement. More importantly, you can see Jacob Gamer and company, high ground is most likely what they have, as it is definitely connecting. Fibula actually exploded, Yusariah Dreams there, and AK Bear also getting some elimination. So all around the feed, I mean, it is just carnage here, as there is, I mean, the Citadel, I mean, it is going to end in the Citadel waters.
And that's such a dangerous place for it to end on. It's so based on whether or not you're able to find some form of land. The next zone has got to be around 70 to 80% water. And without things like shield bubbles to really cover your rotation, there's almost nothing you can do. We know that Matt's team is still alive. I believe that there's some semblance of the VA team also in the game right now. Yes, we can confirm that, as we do see Mystical still in the feed, but now it's just all about what rotation does Colbus and Fibula make. There's players in front of them. raining down some shots. They're just trying to disrupt this high ground as much as possible. Now the shockwave hammer going into full effect, trying to disrupt the player on the high ground, playing left, right, and center to see if they can knock them down. But Phoebe is taking a ton of damage, gonna get knocked from Mystical. I don't know if they're gonna be able to stick this res because there's so many other teams around. They're just trying to hold the angle and eventually gonna go for it. I don't know if this is gonna work.
Doesn't look like it. This ring is going to come in. This storm is going to tick, and it is not going to be fun. It's going to be all up to Colbus. Colbus, oh, a huge shockwave hammer. The splash hitting onto 2. And although those charges are going to be eliminated, so will that squad. It is going to be Mystical and company that are full strength, that are as for the shockwave hammer, although it disrupts, still going to be the game win for that squad. And you mentioned it, it was all water in that ring except for that little hill that Mystical and company, I mean, they just held to a T.
They just held that hill so well. An amazing win for Virginia Virtual Academy, and that's what we expected for the last game. Definitely a very dynamic zone, but our first place team on the overall leaderboard is taking home that final victory royale. I believe that was their second on the day as well, so big props to that team for holding down first place. Nobody's going to take it this week. It's just going to be all up to the finals to see what teams will make big jumps on the leaderboard.
And you got to mention that finals week will be next week. 4 times the point values for any teams, all points times 4. So the opportunity to jump could be high, but I mean, how are you going to jump when this team is just cutting down everyone in the lobby? It seems, I mean, it seems like their team fights, their positioning has been so clean. Like you said, 2 dubs on the day. I mean, you got to be happy with this team.
Definitely got to be happy, but tons of amazing performances from all squads all around the board, and an amazing East region. We still got 2 more regions left, but before we hop over to Central, we got to throw it to a quick break. So tune in soon for the Central region, coming back to you in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Stride Esports League. We are done with one region, but not done with the night. We are back and ready to go with the Central Division. And we're going to do the same thing we did for the previous 3 games at 2 times points. And they will have one more week after this one to finalize those scores.
One more week after this to finalize their scores, but for now, we got to focus in on the Central region, one of the most stacked regions that we have. Players that mostly just play the placement game because the placement matters so much, and I don't think there's a team that hasn't gotten a win out of all these teams so far. It's very stacked and very even between the teams, but at the moment, the team on top of the leaderboard is going to be Texas Online Preparatory School, the Jedi and Sith team, one of the fan favorites of the entire league. And I'm just excited to see again how these teams adapt to the new maps, because we could see a lot of unpredicted off-spawn engagements.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I mean, like you mentioned, this region very heavily focused on those early rotations, getting towards those late game positions. But it's like you said, we have all these new POIs. No one knows where each other is landing. And we've seen it before nearing the end of that last the end of the last season, the past couple weeks, we've seen some kind of contests off drop in this central region. So it will be interesting to see. I mean, and you talk about a little bit less teams than the other regions. A contest off drop can really mean getting yourself that much more extra placement point, that much more points off of those elims, and you can really cash in.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, the Victory Royale is worth so much more than the second place or the third place, because it's just exponential. The higher the place you get, the more points you get by a lot. 20 points with that 2 times multiplier means so much for that overall leaderboard. So everybody is fighting for that coveted Victory Royale. But Central Region had the opportunity, if they wanted to watch a lot of the East action. What do you think you were going to see, at least in terms of loadout, from the Central Region?
No, I think the explosive bows are one of the things you have to carry. I mean, we talk about destroying those structures at the end of the game was so clutch for all those teams. I think you have to have at least one member carrying one of those. And then the Excalibur, I mean, we saw that do some damage in the first couple games too. So I think those are 2 weapons you should really prioritize going into this one to give yourself the ability to force the enemy teams into bad decisions and make sure they have no cover to do so.
Yeah, it's all about not necessarily putting yourself in the, I guess, most open positioning, but the positioning that you can impact the lobby the most and that you can get impacted the least. It's not always the solution of being on the highest hill or the lowest low ground. It is some middle ground in between of where you can find yourself the best positioning where you can impact the lobby, but they cannot impact you. And weapons that can impact others, like those RPGs, the bows you're talking about, the Excalibur rifle, just so powerful, so dominant when it comes to impacting your opponents.
Impacting is huge, and obviously, we've seen really good communication. I mean, I didn't get to point that out a lot from those teams, but I mean, that's crazy that these high schoolers have just insane communication skills between each other, that they're not all carrying the same weapons, they're not all carrying the same thing, they're making sure that they have exactly what they need across the team. And it's just beautiful for me to see, seeing them use that communication skills to their finest.
As we say in the gaming scene, good comms, good comms. Good comms are what matters. Hopefully, me and Llama have been providing the best comms for these games, and hopefully the players are having some good comms, but also some fun comms while in game, because even though this is a competition, it's also about having a fun time, having a good time, and showing off your amazing Fortnite skill.
It really is about showing off your skill, but having fun. Like you said, all these teams coming out here, it's stressful. Just having fun with your friends for a couple games is awesome. Every day, every Wednesday, you just come in here, have some fun, and whatever happens, happens. It is what it is.
Definitely is what it is, but also still a lot at stake for these teams. The leaderboard is probably overall closer than most regions. We have definitely a lot of opportunities for any team to jump up higher on the leaderboard or lower on the leaderboard. But talk to me a bit about what you think out of these new POIs. Do you have any POIs you'd drop at if you're in these competitions?
Obviously, all of them are new, pretty much. I mean, there is the Frenzy Fields that is kind of a replication of old POIs, but I think Citadel. Citadel's kind of my favorite just because I like the medieval, like, castle feel of it. But, I always love snow. Like you said, snow is a pretty fun place to land. But I think the Citadel is nice overall because, one, it's got a decent bit of loot, but it's also, if that circle does pull there, we saw in that last game, if you're the first there and you get that castle up top, I mean, there is no one else that can even contest.
Yeah, there's nobody else who can get up. I mean, if you have a high ground that's just like so dominant in such a strong position, nobody can contest. And I've noticed that there's a similarity with some spots on the map that you have these sort of fractured points, similar to the name of the season, where the ground just goes straight up and it makes it so it's almost impossible to even shockwave yourself or shockwave hammer up there, but also simultaneously impossible for other teams to send shockwaves or RPGs up onto that high ground. So playing positions like that rather than just playing a normal high ground might be more advantageous, especially for this no builds theme that we see.
Yeah, it really can. This map does punish bad decisions even more. It's like you're talking about that, you can't just shockwave yourself up onto that high ground. You can't get your whole team through that rotation if you're stuck on the bad side of a storm. You really have to make good decisions and make them earlier than others. I mean, I talked about it, but, when you get there first, when you get to one of these hilly positions first, you are able to hold that high ground, hold it well. But talking about first, we are going to hop in here to game number 1 of this Central region. I am excited.
All right, I'm excited as well. Let's get right into it here as we do hop on with the Sith team, one of the top overall teams on the leaderboard so far. This is going to be the Louisiana Virtual Charter Academy team, I believe currently sitting in second place on the leaderboard so far and have a lot of chances to pop up. They're actually dropping at the moment personal favorite POI. If I could choose anywhere to land, it's got to be Lonely Labs. Here's why. One, I'm a scientist, and you got to think Lonely Labs. I mean, there's got to be some cool scientific experiments happening in here somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where, but somewhere. Two, it's on an island, or mostly an island, so that's sick. And three, it's in the snow biome. It's in the northern side of the map, so definitely a lot of potential for them here. They got cars, they got tons of loot, they got shield keg already down. The entire team is kitted up, ready to go in this game.
Right, but it's lonely. You want to be lonely, War? Why do you
Yeah,
want to be lonely?
I am lonely. It's sad.
Well, this team gonna be lonely, like you said, off on an island, all on their lonesome to try and get some loot. And like you said, that keg is huge. Getting that communication to get all of those members together to make sure they can get it towards its full usage. And they're going to have to be able to get off of this island, be able to rotate out. But for now, I mean, it looks like their loadouts are actually really, really strong.
Yeah, Lotus are looking very strong, and you can see the new slap juice in the inventory of MWE here. And I really love the slap juice because not only does it give you a bit of that HP, it also gives you the ability to sprint for an infinite amount of time. Usually your sprint timer is gonna time out, but when you use the slap juice, you can sprint for basically a minute non-stop without even slowing down, which is so vital for rotations on this large map.
Slaps. I mean, it's slap juice. So, it's pretty tasty for these players that are looking for a snack. But it's like you said, it can be that huge rotation tool. Can just give you that extra boost in movement that you might need. And it's interesting that not using them all right now. Like, obviously you are a little bit outside of the circle, but instead holding them, waiting, and making sure that that you might need those later. Like we've seen in the other rings, you might need that sprint to try and get yourself to a very, very safe spot. But Amiwe and the squad, I'm excited to see how they do today as they walk through your snow war.
I do walk through the snow. Man, this area is just so perfect. It's just so northern vibes, Minnesota vibes. Love to see it. Oh, of course, we move somewhere else the second I mentioned that I like it, but whatever. I will flame the observers about that later. For now, we gotta hop on with fiery Reeve, Drip Eddie, and Creepy Ninja. They have a split somewhat around the snow area, but of course staying outside of it, staying away from my favorite part of the map.
But they got the nice costumes, got the Santa gig on here, got the Christmas hat, got the designs, the wrapped up pickaxe perfectly for Christmas that is coming up. So beautiful to see some nice decorations on these players. But they are going to be a little bit outside of this circle, and we talked about only 16 players in this lobby, a little bit less than Eastern region. So like we said, you got to play a little bit more positioning heavy because that win is worth 20 points, which is doubled here this week to 40.
Yeah, and you can see them already trying to make the rotation in. It looks like the zone's going to be pulling farther towards that southern side of things. So they're up at the bay right now, and see the Citadel in the distance, but they still need to make such a long rotation all the way down and out of this POI.
They need to get down and out. Obviously, you have to go through the Citadel, like you said. Most likely will be their choice to get on into that one. Obviously, a lot of water, like we've talked about. This is pretty much where actually the zone ended last time. So we'll see them walk on through this one. But, it's like you said, hopefully can get through the Citadel. Hopefully there isn't a team there because the Citadel has really strong high ground, like we've talked about that. If you're walking in, if you are a team that needs to get inside of that circle, there's just a team camping on high ground, it is not going to be the best for you.
Definitely not going to be the best for you, but they could actually realize that as they walk through, the Citadel might be uncontested. I mean, with 8 or 9 named POIs on the map and a lot of other split drops you can drop at, and only about 5 teams in this game, there's a lot of potential of where you can go, and you never really know. We see a lot of fun emotes from them. Gotta love them having fun, enjoying themselves here. But when they rotate in, the more serious matter is this POI gonna be contested, or are they gonna have potentially another POI that they could split or drop at in the next games?
That is the question. If you know that nobody is landing there, why not land there? I mean, if it has better loot, if it has a better, more central location, excuse me, than others, then, why not?
Why not land there? Obviously, and for the Jedi team, we see them landing at the faulty splits. This is actually going to be beneficial for them on the first game, at least, because they have that zone pull. You can see Deuce here picking up or choosing that reality augmentation that they would like to have throughout the rest of the game. And again, a very important decision because that will stick with you until you get sent back to the lobby. So if you make the wrong choice, there's really no going back. There's no reverting and choosing the other option. It's just what you choose will stick with you the entire time. So taking a bit of time actually making that decision isn't a bad thing, especially when you already have a good loadout like they do.
You got to take some time and decide. Like you said, it's a very important decision that we've seen definitely affect the outcome of games so far. I mean, we've seen especially those glider ones are really, really nice to just get yourself, making sure you aren't taking any fall damage. You talked about, I mean, the mountains and all of the areas, the fractured map. Having that glider just as an extra tool to maybe float yourself down instead of having to jump can be huge. But it is such a big decision. Like you said, if you choose the wrong one, it could be game altering.
Definitely could be game altering, but I think a game altering weapon we haven't really talked about yet. We've talked about the explosive bows, the shockwave bows, but the stink bow, probably one of my favorite bows just because of the name alone. What this does is it actually shoots, instead of an explosive or a bomb type item, it just shoots a little stink gas. And that stink gas, it doesn't deal damage to the shield. It only deals damage to your HP. So you can actually eliminate somebody that has 100 shield and full over shield just with the stink from the stink bow. That's why I love it so much. It's all about your accuracy, how you shoot it, and how you utilize it to deny space of your opponents.
Yeah, I think especially towards Apex Caustic, that's what it pretty much seems like, where, even if a team is fully shielded, you can go over, drop that stink, like you said, do some damage to the HP, and, if they're not careful, especially in Storm, it can be really strong when they're already ticking, when they might have already lost some of that health. Even if they are full shielded, you drop some of those stink arrows on them, and all of a sudden, they're in a world of trouble.
Definitely do not want that to happen. You want to put yourself in the best positioning possible throughout these games. So you can actually see they've been switching around their inventory a lot, playing around with different weapons, trying to figure out what weaponry they like best, because this might be one of the first times that they are playing these games together or at least this new season together. So they obviously have a lot of experience as a team. They know their tendencies as a team. It's all about what weapons you want to stack in the new meta. The slap juice being passed around so they can actually make that rotation. They're going to be able to sprint for miles, and that is so important in these end games.
That huge rotation item there for them will be good, but Slappy Shores is going to be the location of Amiwe, Justin, and the squad, it looks like, as they were trying to, hold this down. They have some nice positioning. They got a bridge to work with also. One of those flags also there if they want to try and gain some of that loot to gain for themselves, make sure they are fully looted up, because as we've seen from every team prepared for those end zones. They're going to be walking through, like you said, there's a lot of unlooted POIs. So, getting that loot is going to be important and not just rushing towards the end with nothing but health.
And the loot, or at least from this team, seems almost perfect thus far. You can already see the 8 or 10, maybe even 12, now 12 chug splashes in the inventory of this player. It's looking very, very stacked. That's because they've been able to loot multiple POIs. They came from Lonely Lab. They decided, oh, I want to not get lonely. I want to make some friends. Now they made it to Slappy Shores and getting blessed with an unlooted POI that has even more loot that they can decide exactly what they want to go.
All that loot is very, very important. And you can see the loot, especially here on Anonymous. I mean, you can see 6 of those splashes in 2 different inventory slots. So now they're going to raise that flag, and they're going to get even more loot off of this one. It does look like one team has been eliminated there in that feed. A lot of drops being there, and Drip Eddie going to be doing those drops. Beautiful fight, it looks like, from this team, as it looks like actually they're going to have to reset now. 2 down on their side, and right into a firestorm there. Not the best option.
Definitely not. And now I believe it's just going to be up to Drip Eddie, the final solo left for this team. Jedi is the Jedi plus Kill Liadad team moving straight into this area, sort of towards mid-map, and picking up a lot of eliminations thus far. They see Drip Eddie off in the distance. That's going to be a couple white tags going in as Colonel goes to try and finish up that elimination. And I have no doubt, yes, there it is, the mechanical shockwave bow coming into play, taking out Drip Eddie and sort of eliminating that squad for good.
And not Eddie. Why'd you gotta do it to him like that? He's just trying to escape as a solo.
Just trying to vibe, live his life. He's just like with those jellyfish over there, just trying to vibe, doing their best. I love the addition of those jellyfish. They're so cute, and then they give you shield, and it makes me so happy.
Yeah, and then you eat them, and they give you shield. Yeah, but no, they're pretty amazing. But what else is amazing is this Jedi team right now. Absolutely going crazy. Like you said, a really good set of eliminations for them is going to mean points on the board. And also, if you look, there are only 8 players here in this game. I think it's only 2 teams left.
And we get to see El Clasico, the Jedi versus Sith duel for first and second in the final game, which makes sense because Louisiana Virtual Charter Academy and Texas Virtual Academy at Texas Online Preparatory School, my apologies, are the top 2 teams in this game and on the overall leaderboard. So it's just a game of who's going to find the other one first, and I believe it's going to be Keshto who found the sort of first signs of life, signs of enemies, and they've done a great job of already taking out this high ground.
They're putting some shots down towards this opposing squad. Gonna be some damage taken here by Kesto. Down to just about 75 shield, so still pretty healthy here as that overshield starts to recharge. And owning this top of, this high ground very, very strong, as they'll get fully looted up before this 4v4 fight, is going to most likely ensue. And like we said, our top couple teams here are going to look to try and finish each other out here. 2 times points still on the line, and like you mentioned before, that victory royale worth more than anything else.
Definitely worth more than anything else. What these players are playing for, and the reason why they're playing so slow, so calculated, not making any moves. But just as I say that, they actually punish a misplay by their opposing team. Colonel finds one elimination. Now Shockwave Bo's coming in. They're going to Shockwave straight onto this team. They have the numbers advantage. They do not want to risk their opponents getting any other type of advantage, so they're going straight in. The hammer play, 75 damage, and the shots are going to be there to almost follow it up. This player's been forced into the zone, knocked out by Jedi Deuce with the rifle, and how it's all going to be about how they clean up these eliminations. A little bit short on the jump with the Shockwave Bow, but it doesn't matter. Takes the RPG shot, keeps pushing straight forward. Gonna get knocked by Hen there in such a close battle. A 3v2 to close it out.
3v2 here. We'll see if this Jedi team can try to finish this one off. The Sith team on the other side trying to bounce back here. It's actually going to be Kesto is going to be the one that is on this side, it looks like. So some fight here out of both sides. They are not giving up for free. It looks like Gung trying to go forward here, trying to utilize that Shockwave Bow to burn some things down here and just make sure they are fully healed up for this fight that does come forward. Like you said, I think it is a 3v2. They did lose one on that outskirt fight, but you know, still the ability, still this high ground, and still the ability to try and win. And they're going to be looking for a player that is in the trees here. Going to try and Shockwave up to the top here as this game is all down towards this final fight. Some shotgun shots to be traded. That porta bunker going to be utilized once again. Shockwave going to send this player out. It's a nice 115, and it's only one player left. Jedi and company, that will be a dub.
That will be a dub for Texas Online Preparatory School, taking home one of their typical first game wins. Now it's just a question of, will they be able to replicate that success in the next two games? But overall, such a disciplined win from them. Even though one of their teammates got knocked on the way, they stopped. They were able to put on pressure while they got the revive and then win it 4 strong.
And it's exactly like you said, it is perfectly textbook by them. They didn't just overextend. They knew that that team was right on the edge of storm, knew they were going to be taking some damage, most likely coming in. They didn't just recklessly send everything towards that fight. They waited till they had some damage, waited for that player to step forward, to misplay, wait for that 4v3, and then just utilize that high ground to take out 2 and then find that final member that was hiding in a porta bunker.
Yeah, and it was a great find, a great win overall from that team, but 2 victory royales left to go. One has gone down, but we got to throw it to a quick break before we get any of that action. So we'll see you all in a bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here, Stride Esports League Fortnite playoffs, week number 3 here. We just saw a fantastic ending to game number 1, but still 2 more, War.
Definitely still 2 more games, still a lot more action to come from these players, and a game that ended, in my opinion, a little bit early. I definitely wanted to see a little bit more fighting, a little bit more action, but there was one team who sort of dominated above the rest. That was going to be Kesjo, Deuce, Gunga, and Colonel, playing such dominant positioning, knowing exactly what their win condition was and executing to a T.
They played it perfectly, and it's kind of like you said, it's kind of not like Central to have 2 teams in that spot in the circle, and only 2 teams at that point. And I would like to see 4 in that final is what we usually see. But it's like you said, they were dominant. They took really, really beautiful team fights throughout that entire thing. They made beautiful rotations, and they just took really, really smart fights.
They did take really, really smart fights. It was that third party that they found out at the gas station near mid-map that they realized that there was 2 teams that were fighting and 2 large teams that were fighting, and they had already sort of depleted their resources a bit while fighting. So that team comes in, swoops in, picks up 3-4 eliminations, and then sets themselves up for success going forward. So the thing I'm wondering, if there's going to be any drop switch, drop changes, because we saw a lot of uncontested POIs. Maybe the players will hit the VODs, see exactly how they can play this next game better.
That would be good. I mean, you mentioned it perfectly, that there were a lot of point of interest that were not looted, that were free walkthroughs that you could say, okay, that's closer to the center map, that's closer to where we want, that has more of the loot. There's a lot of different things to decide when choosing a POI, but if that POI is completely open, there's nobody there, then you can land there. The interesting thing will be, obviously, it could be open and then 2 teams could land there thinking it's open, but like you said, not really a lot of contests in that first one. So if you really wanted to land somewhere else, you could.
You definitely could at any point in time of the game, even if your POI was uncontested. If you want to try to contest somewhere bigger, maybe like the Citadel, maybe like one of those mid-map POIs, so it's an easier rotation, that's all on you. It's all about what strategy you bring to the table, how your team can strategize to beat the rest. And we've seen all the Central teams have the ability to win games.
That's exactly what you said. Perfect opportunity for each of these teams coming into playoffs here, trying to win these games. Like you said, every single one of these teams on the leaderboard has won a game. They have the ability to, and 2 times points, that leaderboard can get even closer or even further apart depending on which teams are ready to go. But it looks like the teams are ready to go. The game is ready to go, as we're going to hop in here to game number 2 of the Central region.
Here we are dropping in with Reflex and Co. They met their demise early in game 1, I believe at this exact same spot. So maybe a little bit of a dangerous spot to land at. Hopefully they're going to find a better rotation this game. But overall, an interesting spot to drop at. I believe it's actually going to be a split drop for these teams. There's going to be, I think, 1 person landing out at this gas station, but there's a lot of area to split since they are so close to this mid-map area. And the unique thing about this area is there's a lot of cars here, so they could go really any way they want and then meet up within a matter of moments.
That's kind of a neighborhood town here, so they can pick up a lot of those cars, get a lot of that loot, like you said, spread themselves out. Now, obviously, with a little amount of teams here in the lobby, it's going to be easy for them to do so without too much risk. They will have that ability to send 1 player over here, 1 player over here, and then, like you said, can get those cars, can regroup all together, and carry them on to where they want to go next.
Yeah, and definitely big aspirations for this game. They also have those hollow chests that are one of the only things that's stuck in the game from chapter 3 to chapter 4. Unfortunately, I don't think they have any keys to open up the hollow chest just yet, but that doesn't necessarily matter because they can always double back here. They know the area has been mostly cleared out so far, so there's no harm in doubling back, especially when you have that shockwave bow and the explosive bow to use to rotate yourself around. You can see they're able to jump straight over canyons with a single blast from the shockwave bow, find themselves new POIs, new areas to loot, picking up the new Maven shotgun, which I've actually been liking so far in this new meta.
That's a really, really nice shotgun, especially though, like that shockwave bow, like you said, can be so useful in all different scenarios. Like we just saw, that rotation usage on the bow is so massive. But along with that, I mean, we've seen in last game even that that shockwave bow can disrupt an enemy team, and already having that, like you said, even if you don't have some keys towards those chests, if you know that they are there and that area is mostly looted, no one is really going to go out of their way just to steal one chest from you.
The unique thing about the spot that they're actually dropping at is the small gas station they had actually has one of the most dense cooler spawn rates in the entire map, with 6 in that small little trailer park right next to the gas station. So there's definitely a lot of potential to get chug splashes, which in my opinion unanimously one of the best healing items in the entire game. And then you're right between 3 POIs. You can go to shattered slabs like they did, you could go to frenzy fields, or you could go to faulty splits, which I'm sort of glad they didn't because I believe that's going to be contested by a completely different team. But a lot of potential for this team to rotate around and put themselves into a good place on the map.
It's such a huge landing spot, and they can go according to where that circle goes. You know, they can decide, okay, it's not going this way. We can pick a different rotation route. And like you said, they'll have those coolers to get the loot. They'll have all of those cars to rotate out. So, you know, no matter where it goes, it feels like they have an opportunity to get a foothold in that circle.
And all I want to see at Shattered Slabs, I want to see more of those rotations on top of the slabs, you know? Like, I want to see the full team bringing the slab with them because if they do, like, that's natural cover. That could be a strategy, right?
It really could be. I mean, having that natural cover that can't be destroyed, like you said, it is something that cannot be overstated. I mean, we've seen in these other rings, especially, I mean, more in the eastern region, but you know, in this region too, that you know, that cover gets destroyed. Like you have really nothing except your gunshots to trade back to try and protect yourselves. So, you know, having that slab really could be a difference maker, but you have to know how to transport such a massive thing across the world.
You definitely do, but a lot of space to transport yourself, at least on the dirt bikes. They've actually taken, I think, more distance than any other team has on the map thus far. You can just drive all around, see exactly how far you can extend themselves. But the one risky thing about this is if there was another team in the area, they would have to sort of regroup, redecide what to do. So while they're doing this and they're getting a ton of good loot from it, it's still really risky to do in these games, even if the map is a bit smaller and you can get back to your teammates very soon. You still don't necessarily want to always take those risks.
I don't necessarily want to do that, but I do like that, you know, realizing that a couple of people on their team actually have empty inventory slots. So just go fishing. Why not? And fill those slots up with some heals, fill them up with anything. But over towards this Jedi team who's going to be looking really good. I mean, look at the inventory right now of Deuce. All of those heals are going to help them out for sure.
1000%. I mean, you got the heal trifecta. You got the big shields, you got the minis, and then you got the splashes as well. So everything you could need, some extra splashes if the teammates want to double back here and grab that loot. And then one of the combinations that have started to become one of my favorites, at least in terms of weapons. You have the Maven shotgun for close range, which gives sort of a feel of the original attack where you can shoot a lot of shots all in a row. And then you got the red eye assault rifle that you can utilize to, you know, put down a lot of pressure down range. And then if somebody gets super, super close and run out of shots near Maven, you can always just pull out the SMG, deal a ton of damage with that twin mag. And it's probably one of the most powerful SMGs in all of Fortnite.
Yeah, it's really, really powerful. But you talk about power, I mean, you can see there in the elim feed that a Miwei is going off here as it looks like they have lost one. they have one of their own that is downed at the moment, but getting multiple players on that, getting that res quicker than just having one person on it. They do have to be careful. They are in the storm here, but it looks like they have picked up some eliminations where we talk in a lobby with such little teams. Eliminations really can be the point differential on the leaderboard to keep you between a place or even push you ahead of other teams.
And I have a good feeling about this. I feel like this is gonna be their game. You know why? Because they got the fish stick skins. You got Hen in the OG fish sticks. Imwe in the suited up fish stick. I believe you got the anonymous player who's got the fish stick that was like one of those fish sticks you can customize. And then this player who has the jolly fish stick. Similar to the Christmas season we're hopping into, similar to the POIs they're dropping at. You got to show some holiday spirit, and obviously you got to show some fish stick love.
Oh man, doing the dances too. They're just putting on a show for us. Absolutely beautiful. But also, they have that beautiful slapping soda in their inventory that, you mentioned it before. It can be huge for rotations, can get you that sprint timer that does not expire. We've seen them use it a little bit already, and look at that. They're even meeting one of their own here on the ice.
They should. I don't know if there's a way to hire the fish stick NPC, but they gotta hire that one. They don't have that one. It's like collectibles, right? You gotta get every type of fish stick on your team, multiply your team as much as possible, and make the fish stick army. If you have a fish stick army, you're just guaranteed to win any game of Fortnite ever, right?
Sure. No, it's pretty much the prophecy. Actually, is all fish stick armies must win the war.
Yep, I've heard it.
And winning will be important, though. We'll see if they can really take some wise words from that fish stick and carry it on in. But this game a little bit slower than that first one. Not as much outside fighting. We did see some there from Miwe and company, but actually some shots can be traded here. Because it looks like Colonel going to get some beautiful ones across the bridge. Player on one of those bicycles to be trying to run away, but this shockwave hammer going to send Colonel on forward. Colonel taking some aerial shots here. The own shockwave hammer of the enemy team will get them to safety for now, but now another shockwave hammer here for Colonel. Not done just yet. Wants to find this player and wants to find them out here real soon.
And the advantage of having a shockwave hammer to sort of chase down opponents is if you have 4 charges, you know they cannot get farther than you can because they at most have 4 charges. So all you need to do is catch up to them, go straight in, slam the hammer down, get as many eliminations as you can. But it looks like it's going to be Kesto who's getting eliminated in return. And it's going to be Colonel taking a ton of damage, manages to hop into car, get to safety. But there's going to be 2 members of the team already down. It's the fight we saw from last game. Drip Eddie has come in big here, but Jedi and Reeby have been able to trade out the damage, so this fight could go any way at this point in time.
This fight really could go any way, but one thing is for sure, Colonel is not in the healthiest state. Going to have to pop some of those splashes, trying to heal up, smashing into some jellyfish. Kind of mean, but will recharge their shields for now, and it's going to be all down to Colonel. Deuce is dropped also, so it is all down to this final player of Colonel. A really unfortunate scenario to be in, but if it's any player to clutch up, we know Colonel can.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a 4v1v1 situation, but just as I say that, the third party comes in, it's going to be Imwe. We said it was going to be their game as the fish stick skins, and they've already cleaned up one of the members of Drip Eddie's squad. So Colonel just looking to reposition, find their way in. The reboot seems out of question at the moment, especially when the only reboot fan in zone is at Slappy Shores, and there's one team that rules the shores. It's got to be the fish sticks.
Yeah, the fish are ruling here. They are looking good here. And I mean, with 8 players still in this circle, I mean, we can tell that this is the strongest team right now. This is the only team that has 4 players.
Only team with 4 players. The numbers advantage. It feels like they're hunting. They might know a player is somewhere in this area. So with so many places to hide, it might even be impossible to check every single room. but they might have to. You can see Excalibur shots going left and right. They think that the player might be in this building, but they can't be exactly sure. They will be in the building right beside it, but Emiwe gets knocked down. So now it's just Hen. Needs to find a way to get into the fight, get the knock back. The anonymous teammate will pick up one, and they should be able to get this revive onto their teammate.
They need to stick this revive really quickly. I'd like to see a couple more members of this team get on it to make it a little bit faster, but going to be protecting each other for now. And beautiful communication. You can see, even though Amiwe gets dropped, the team does not lose composure. They still take the fight, they still take it, and they'll take those eliminations. Still, 6 people alive. They're looking so good.
It's going to be this squad versus the squads from Texas Online Preparatory School as a solo. And then there's going to be one more player left from Insight, Kansas that are still in the game. I'm not sure which players that is, hammering all the way around the zone, but I don't think this team cares. They're going to chase these eliminations, see if they can clean up the last 2, and try to claim the victory royale.
They're looking for the victory royale. Amiwe got to be careful there as they are dropped, though. Trade's going to try and come through as this tree blocks some bullets for now, but sent aerial where this enemy team will go. They're going to try and hide in a bush. Anonymous going to destroy that bush, though. They will take them down. It is looking like it is just a solo standing between Amiwe and squad and winning this game number 2. And they're going to get some loot to make sure they are ready to go.
It's just Texas, or it's just, actually, that's just the end of the game. They clean up the final player as well, and it's gonna be Louisiana Virtual Charter Academy picking up that final. Oh, wait, we're still in it, I think. Yeah, well, we are still in it. We're back. We spoke a little bit too soon. They still have a chance to jump up and claim the final elimination. They're just holding down Slappy Shores, even though it pulled outside of the zone, and it's looking like they're just scouting for that final player. A couple dances preemptively. They know the victory song just like we do, and we just want to see them hit the final victory royale.
We want to see it here. I mean, you called it going to be their game. Amiwe and squad have worked so hard for this one. Got to find one solo who's going to be standing in their way. Now, you want to play it by the book. We've talked about this before, that solos in this lobby are very dangerous. You don't want to overextend, don't want to get a player caught or even risk the chance for them to try and bounce back, to them to try and pull off something fantastic. So I like this play. They're staying all together and making sure that they finish this one by the book.
Yeah, they definitely do not want to overextend, because if you're a solo player, the biggest thing you want to do is you want to sort of isolate these fights 1v1, 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 take them as slow as possible. So sticking close to each other in each other's line of sight, making sure that they cannot get caught off guard, checking the bushes one by one, seeing which bush this player is hiding in, or even where this player is hiding in. I mean, a lot of hiding spots on this Fortnite map is just, where do they want to hide away?
Exactly. So many hiding spots to check for here. And it's actually going to be a reboot, so possibly 2 more eliminations, 4 more points could be going towards this squad if they can secure it. Now, on the other side, if some weapons can be picked up, could be possibly a decent team fight, but it is going to be long-range shots that are going to rain down. Amiwe is going to get that first one, and a small little tree is all that is going to protect this team. They'll try and grab a car to get themselves out, but knockdowns coming through, elims coming through. It is down to 1 player and his truck. It'll finally be taking some damage. It'll be on fire, and Amiwe wants to finish it out themselves, jumping on in here, smashing them with a hammer. Oh no, didn't have to do him dirty like that, Amiwe, but nonetheless, they will take the game number 2 dub.
And we knew this was going to happen. Ever since we saw they were repping the fish stick skins, it was just inevitable, showing up in the most flashy way possible and picking up those extra eliminations worth 2 points each. Going to be absolutely massive. Once they heard the reboot, I could just feel them smiling. They're like, yep, we win this. And also, we're going to get a couple more points to bump us a little bit farther up the leaderboard. An amazing game from Louisiana Virtual Charter Academy.
Oh, it's such an amazing game. I mean, you explained it perfectly that this team, not just through the end game getting eliminations, all throughout that game seemed to be taking really, really good and consistent fights and third partying that one fight at a perfect moment, meaning they kind of cleaned up everything. And then, like you said, that end game, they're just like, oh, thank you for rebooting.
Yep, that's exactly what you want to see. But I mean, what we're hoping to see is one more game of excitement. But before we do that, we got to swap over to a very, very quick break. So stay tuned, everybody, for the final game of Central.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Stride Esports League. After that short break, we are here and getting ready to go for our final game of the Central region. Now, just a reminder, we will have one more region after this one, 3 games of 2 times points. But to finish this one out and to talk about last one, I mean, War, the Fish Stick boys, looking really, really strong.
They're looking extremely strong. That team just so dominant throughout the game, and we saw them getting aggressive early. That was their key to success, picking up a huge number of eliminations just because they fought a team sort of immediately off the start of the game. They fought a team in mid game, and then in end game, they cleaned up all the eliminations, got the solid reboot going off, let it happen, and then they got a couple more eliminations to finish out the game. So an incredible game, an incredible hammer elimination to close it out. But we got one more game left, and I'm assuming the action is just going to be 3-4 times higher.
The action's not going to stop, that's for sure. And with this final game, still, like you've mentioned, any team in this lobby has that ability to step up and step into that winner's position. And we might see a different winner for all 3 games. It is very much possible. But I mean, it was really strong, like you said, just really strong rotations from the Fish Stick boys over there. I mean, you could just see that they took so much space. They took all the loot they needed and still found a fight in time and found it at the perfect time. They found the right way to enter it. They didn't just kind of rush all in. They kind of got that perfect third party off. And like you said, especially at 2 times points, those eliminations are just so huge.
Yeah, and that third party onto the top squad, it was just so detrimental to Topps' success that game. They got so split up. They had to fight sort of alone. They got basically sliced out by the other squads around the area. But I did hear from Jedi Deuce that the second game was apparently a blooper, and the third game is going to go a completely different way.
It's a blooper. Never happened. Never happened.
There's
no proof. I mean,
I didn't see it.
There's no proof. If there's any proof, it's edited. That's the only only explanation. But obviously, going into game 3 here, they have that chance to right that and see if they can once again strike back. But it's like you said, they kind of got split up. That team on high ground just had a really good angle on them. That there's nothing you could really do when that perfect angle from high ground just starts raining down shots, raining down arrows. It's just a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about it. The potential return of the Jedi in the final game. Topps Academy, the team we got to look out for. But I hear the Battle Bus launching. The final game is going to be ready for the Central region. So let's get right into it.
I'm excited. Here we go. Game number 3, the final game of Central here. It's going to be a good one for sure. And we're going to start it off good here with Stick boys, the defending champions right now. We'll see if they can do it once again here in this game number 3, Amiwe and squad. Amiwe also cannot be understated as a player and how good they were in that final team fight, just landing those long range shots that it could have been dangerous if those players found weapons, but just made sure to shut them out. I'm gonna try and shut them out once again here in game number 3.
And this is actually such an interesting switch because previously they were landing towards the north side of the map, but now they decide to contest the spot that Topps was previously dropping at. They're going straight in to faulty splits, and you can see the bounty came through. That's going to be the closest team to them. You know that this team wants to get active and wants to start picking that fight.
It's going to be a fight they want to pick and a possible rematch from these 2 teams. No third party possibly this time, but the bounty accepted. And once again, I just love how these teams use the bounty board. I know it is available as a tool for them, but just seeing it and then them being able to find not only the one player, but just the team, because it doesn't give you an exact thing. It does give you that kind of circle of where they are, and just the ability to use that information to the best of their knowledge is just really, really amazing to me.
Yeah, and it's all about how far do you want to extend to chase the bounty. I feel like we've all been in that awkward situation where we're the ones getting bountied and we're like, okay, so if I'm a weaker player, do I think this team's going to aggress me? Do I not think this team's going to aggress me? What's the best plan of action? And sometimes that team will just chase you all across the map. If I was in Louisiana Virtual Charter Academy's position and I knew who I had bountied, and that they were in first place overall on the standings, I'd be thinking to myself, is this a fight I want to take? Because if I can shut them down this early, I could have some big impact on the game.
Yeah, you can have a big impact. That wolf can have a big impact on your snowball, saying no, not able to roll that directly down the hill. But yeah, it's like you said, you have the ability to take out that number one team. You have the ability to take a fight. And, if you lose, you have lost on your own terms. And that's pretty much how you would want to go out rather than, a third party or something else that you can't control. So, it can be really good if you know who you're bountying. Like you said, if you have that opportunity, I mean, you have to take it. You have to chase them down. But we've talked about it before. You can't just run into a fight. You have to take it tactically and make sure you are ready because, I mean, they aren't the number one team for nothing.
They aren't the number one team for nothing. And in any competition ever, once it nears that final game, there's always the question of what will the first and second place teams do to catch the other teams? I mean, it's always a good question to ask yourselves. If you were in that situation, do you try and fight for the first place spot? Or do you just see what happens in the game, play your own game? You're risking a lot by trying to contest a POI that you don't necessarily know as well. You're trying to loot an area that you're not as experienced with, and that's definitely challenging. But this could be the perfect time for that because with this new Fortnite chapter as a whole, nobody's really experienced with anything. So the board is wide open, and any of these players can take their shot.
The board is wide open, but it's perfectly like you mentioned that, if you go into a place that you don't know as well as the other team, you're possibly risking losing your own spot on the leaderboard. You talk about just how close it is. I mean, the second or first spots could be swapped by even the third team. I mean, we talk about next week. 4 times points. If you try and land on somebody, if you maybe blow one or two of your games, it could be really bad, but it's going to be really bad actually for a Miwei, as this time they are going to be the first knock on their side.
First knocked on their side, and it's a question of what's going to happen with that fight. We know that it's going to be a 3v4 at the moment as Colonel manages to get the full elimination onto a Miwei, also from some range. So I wonder if this fight's going to be happening in a awkward spot for these two teams, potentially a chance for both teams to disengage and take the fight on their own terms.
You want to take it on your terms, and those long range abilities, the Excalibur, the other weapons to try and lay some damage down can be huge. But you got the bounty, you have the advantage of knowing where they are first, and you got to be careful. It looks like Colonel able to loot that body there, able to pick up the victory crown. That means, I mean, that most likely a Miwei going to be watching from with a reboot card, most likely just that spectator screen and hoping, as it looks like Colonel not stopping. They are continuing here, and Anonymous also is going to fall. So a lot of teams, it looks like, involved in this mix, or it just might be those two. And it looks like really that this Jedi team is striking first and striking hard.
It is the Empire that is striking back and striking hard, proving that game number 2 was actually a blooper game. It did not count. It was not actually existing. I didn't see a game number 2. I don't think anybody saw game number 2. So they're showing up on game number 3. But Watchdog definitely wants to show up in game number 3 as well. They were bountied by another team off in the distance. So a little bit of to worry about with that, but you also get the indication if the team that bountied you gets a bit closer. So definitely a lot of possibilities for them as they make the rotation in from zone, but I would be sticking a little bit closer to my teammates, at least right next to Reflex at the moment, because if you get two split up and a full squad walks on you, there's really nothing you can do.
Really, really nothing you can do. If you get one of your members caught, it's going to be hard to get that reboot card, hard to get them back. So you do have to be careful where you do step. But it's going to be 14 players that are going to be stepping here in towards this next circle. That Storm Eye is going to start shrinking, and it shrinks in a minute and a half into its entirety here. But it is actually just 10 that is now dropped a victory crown. So maybe even some more in Miwei, and it looks like just 10, two of those members that are going to be dropped on that side.
Yeah, I believe it's just going to be a solo player left to fend for themselves in that battle. So it's a question of exactly what's going to happen. The bounty proving to be, I guess, not good enough for the team that decided to contest the drop spot. And that's the risk that you take when you're contesting a different POI. You're not as experienced with the area around it. If they took that fight in mid game, it could have been a completely different engagement, but you never know. And that's the thing that's so exciting about Fortnite. It's all about what position you put yourselves in and what you do to sort of eliminate your enemies along the way.
It's really all about that, and I'm not mad at them. I don't think they should be upset for maybe losing that fight, maybe losing a couple of players, because like we talked about, that's such a good fight for you to take. I mean, if you eliminate that number one team, you can possibly create some space with this game, along with last game, that you could create something going into next week, some momentum. So even though they lose a couple players, I still don't think they should be mad for trying to take that fight.
It's a good Queasy Vino mentality from FNCS Invitational. Just if you're not first, you're last,
Yeah.
and giving it all you got for that first place spot. You can never discredit anybody who does that because they just care so much about their gameplay. They care so much about their craft, how good they are at Fortnite, and how they're able to execute. And I'm sure all these players do, and they all want to win out these games, which is why we even talked about it even on the breaks. Anybody can win these games. Anybody is able to. They are talented players, individuals, students. They've been honing in their skills for weeks on end. And in the final week of the playoffs, with only 1 week left after this, everybody wants to show up big.
Yeah, so talented here, and like you said, the opportunity to win still available here. 13 is what is going to be the number trying to win this one. Some slap juice though might be able to be obtained by Holy Beast and the squad. I mean, we talked about slap juice a little bit, but again, that sprint, the ability to just make sure that that sprint bar does not expire as a rotation tool, as to get yourself out of a bad scenario, can be really massive. So it will take up an inventory slot, obviously, but it's one of those things that you can just hold along with other things that you could use early game, mid game, or even late game.
One of my friends who I play no build with, I was trying to get into no build, and back when it started, when there wasn't that much mobility like shockwaves, they told me the one thing you need to worry about in no build is how you're using your sprint, especially with your teammates. If you sprint at the wrong time, it's gonna make the cooldown so low and make you virtually a free elimination to anybody that looks at you. So it's all about timing it right. Slap juice makes you not have to worry about that at all. It makes you able to run freely for a infinite time, not technically infinite time, but a decent amount of time, and allows you to just reign free on the lobby, go wherever you want to for a solid minute to 2 minutes.
Exactly. It's that Dark Souls stamina bar where if you get it all the way to the bottom, it takes longer to respawn. And in Dark Souls, obviously a boss going to smack you upside the head. And a lot of bosses here in this lobby that, like you said, if you do not manage your sprint bar, if you get it caught in a bad scenario, then it can really cost you a lot of different things in a fight for placement or for other things. But that slap juice, like you say, it fixes so many of those problems. You can just run for a while on that thing and really not have to worry about it.
Really not have to worry about anything, but there are a lot of things to worry about in the elimination feed. We saw a lot of eliminations come on from the Jedi and Khalid squad, but the other thing is, I believe I saw a Miwei and Co get rebooted in the feed, so we know that team is at least going to be a trio, maybe even a full squad now, and they are definitely hungry to retake these fights.
They are hungry. I am hungry. We are all hungry here as that reboot is such a huge thing. Like you said, that while this team was busy, they can get themselves back up. And talking about reboot, I believe it is going to be Deuce here, able to get the teammate back up. So a lot of teams able to get those cards has just been huge. And you talk about a Miwei in the squad trying to go back to back, still the opportunity to do so. And with maybe 3 teams left, I mean, you could still find a perfect third-party opportunity or a good team fight that gets you in that place to win again.
You definitely want to. The one advantage for this team, though, is they have all the loot. Even though they just did reboot Gunga, look at all the loot that they have managed to accrue here. They have no problems with shield, no problems with utility. They have 4 bodies that have been sent back to the lobby that they can pick and choose exactly what they want from. Well, the other squad of Louisiana is in, I would have to say, shambles. They don't really have much to operate with. One person's loot is not going to be enough to carry a whole squad throughout an entire endgame, which this might even be the most stacked endgame the Central region has seen here, as bow shots coming in from all different angles.
A nice little 83 there from Deuce, seeing what shots they can land here. This ring kind of interesting as it looks like Kesto gonna actually get a knock there. Holy Beast trading one. You can see a lot of knocks going back and forward here as it looks like this Jedi team has found their angle. Oh my gosh, Deuce with those long range shots has just been on point.
It's been on point on the A game and must keep it that way because still multiple teams up onto this high ground position. Deuce just looking to clear every angle, make sure it's not any enemies that are trying to push there. But I believe every opponent is on this sort of northern side of the zone, maybe starting to rotate out thus far, but because everybody's on the exact same side of the zone, they can take these fights isolated into the zone, and that's going to be the knock onto Hen. We know this team is back up, but we don't know how strong they are.
I don't know how strong they are. Just Sen going to be fully eliminated there, but actually Colonel is going to go down here in the storm, so do have to be careful. Do not want to get snuck up on here. And that res is going to have to come through here quick because Colonel, I mean, the health is ticking here while they are in the storm, but that res will come through. So they're able to get back up to full strength. Jedi wanting to strike back once again here. 40 seconds, though, until this storm will start to close on them. And they do have to be a little bit careful, but they're going to play this one smart. They're going to walk on in towards the circle, give themselves some space here. They're just going to rain down some bow shots, some shockwaves, as they'll send this one forward, try and finish it off. Deuce and company think they have found the remaining members of the enemy side here. Shockbowing once again here. It looks like they haven't found him just yet. Trying to find some shots here, trying to find a forward here. It looks like they're just trying to search them out and secure this win.
Definitely looking for these final eliminations. The players off in the distance using the shockwave hammer to rotate all around. But the only issue with this is if you're using a shockwave hammer, it's going to run out of charges very, very quickly. Deuce thought he saw an enemy, but actually saw an NPC off in the distance. So now it's going to have another thing to worry about. The shockwave bow shot does connect, though. Good 75 damage that they found, and they've sort of isolated this team, split them up, made them play multiple angles. A bit of punishment does come back to Deuce, but the only difference is they have the utility, they have the heals, they can heal back up, and we're not even sure what their opponents have.
Exactly, Deuce able to get back up to 50 shield, and now going to lay down some shots there. Absolutely beautiful. Just get some beautiful eliminations and a clean fight. I mean, Deuce was just beautiful with it so far, and just able to pop those shields to get back up to full.
Able to get back up to full, setting themselves in a good position. I believe Amiwe and Co have been completely eliminated. Now just looking for the final team, the final members of the battle. They won the off spawn. They won the fight before this, and now they just have to win the game. A huge shot, some fancy plays up here by Deuce. Shockwaves up to shotgun shots. Very, very unique in a very good way to sort of chip the damage off your opponent. But at some point in time, you might need more than that. You might need to go into the fray to take the fights. Both these players on high ground have hammers, so Deuce says, I don't know if I want to take this fight yet. They want to play the angles. They want to play the range. Deuce with shots coming in. Gunga's going to be one of the ones to finish it. And then Colonel picks up the second. Reflex and Watchdog go down, and it's going to be Tops, showing that they are still on top with the final victory royale.
A beautiful, beautiful finish out to the day for them. I mean, Deuce, I just like to say there, that play was huge. Cannot be understated that Deuce necessarily wasn't trying to get damaged. Deuce was just distracting. Deuce just said, I'm just a bouncing target. You can't even hit me. I'm just shock bowing up and down, left and right. You can't hit me. And while he's doing that, his whole other team is walking in from the other side and getting huge shots off. I mean, it was a 4v2. They had advantage going into that fight, but I mean, you got to give props to them for that whole entire game.
Gotta give props to them for the entire game. It was so well executed from their end, playing every angle to perfection. And the one thing I gotta mention is they were basically the only team I saw in the elimination feed. I think they probably picked up upwards of 12, 13 eliminations in that game, especially with reboots coming in from multiple teams. So they didn't even overextend themselves. They took every fight and they won it to perfection. So a crazy final game from that squad.
It's a crazy final game and a great way to end out Central, I would have to say. I mean, really, really good. I mean, blooper, we know it. Blooper game 2. That's okay. No, we're getting it. Still a good win from the Fish Stick boys there in game number 2. But overall, first, I believe, and third games were theirs. So they'll be walking into next week with some momentum. But before we can walk into our next region, we are going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, though. We got 3 more games of apparently, I've heard, the most aggressive region out there. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here after that break, and we are here. The West region going to be coming in here. They got 3 games just like the other regions. Now they're going to have also double point totals like the other regions, and one more week after this one. Excuse me, but it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting, and obviously can't do it alone without you, War.
Couldn't do it alone without you either, Llama. But for West, we have, in my opinion, the most action-packed region, the region that gets the most aggressive. Obviously, we got the OHVA squad, the POG champions themselves, one of the most aggressive teams in all of Stride Esports showing up here. And I know we saw a little bit of aggression from Central Region, but that is going to be nothing compared to what we are about to see on North American West.
So much action, so much intrigue in all of this region, and obviously the team in first a little bit, have extended their lead by a little bit throughout the regular season and the past 2 playoff weeks, but with this 2 times point opportunity to all of these teams, there's an opportunity to still shake up the leaderboard under first place or anywhere else because there is so many points available, but they have been dominant. I mean, you can't lie in saying that that first team has been there. They've been the team to be dominant. We'll see if they can do it again today.
I have no doubt in them. Their lead is almost double of just second place in general. They have pushed themselves so far ahead of the ELVT squad, but it definitely doesn't mean that squad's out. It definitely doesn't mean any of these other squads are out. It could be a battle for second, for third, for any of these positionings, and battle to take home each game, because if you're out here winning multiple games in the playoffs, that puts you up there as a team to look out for, not only in the finals, but in more Stride Esports competitions in the future.
I mean, you definitely want to be there. And like you said, it's not necessarily, about getting first. If you are that second place team, still is nothing to be ashamed of. Still, if you are any place on the leaderboard, still trying your hardest, still having some fun with your friends, the most important thing, obviously. And like you said, obviously there's going to be another season, that spring season that'll be coming on after this one, that you could prepare for and that you're going to have a little bit of break between. But, if you are that scary team, if you are second or third, you're going to be able to be, have that fresh restart and be able to take it into next season and maybe do some damage.
Can definitely do a ton of damage next season, and I'm looking forward to that. But before that happens, we gotta close out this season, so I'm just so excited. Again, I'm gonna ask this. I asked you this for Central as well. What do you expect, I guess, loadout wise, weaponry wise, from these players?
I think they were watching. I think they were watching the other games. I think they've been getting some practice in. So I'm kind of going to stick with pretty much the same answer. The Excalibur rifle, I think, was a really, really strong addition that a lot of players were using to, clear rooms, clear behind trees, clear certain things that, you might have to waste a grenade or other things for. That shock, all of the bows, obviously, you mentioned really, really strong, but the shock bow, really, really strong in general. I mean, can knock players out of places. The rotations we've seen with those are really huge, but I think a lot of teams are going to carry a shockwave hammer. I think that's definitely a necessity. Seeing it more and more, just being able to utilize the rotations or just pushing it in and smashing your opponents, both uses are very valid.
I can see a lot of advantages, but also disadvantages to Shockwave Hammer, because the one thing is you can really only use a Shockwave Hammer to rotate yourself. Technically, you can also get a little bit fancy and use it to rotate one other person if you know an exact placement of how to hit the hammer, so you two can both end up in the exact same spot. But that's really hard to execute if you're in an exact fight. So if you want to sort of have quick utility, quick mobility, you're sort of limited in options to rotate all as a team. So it's important that, as you were talking about on the previous regions, that each person has their own inventory catered to their strengths, and your team is operating not as individual players, but as a team and executing to perfection.
You need to sync those inventories up and make sure, but it's also, it's kind of the fact that you talked about it, that if an enemy player has a shockwave hammer and you have a shockwave hammer, you can chase them down, right? You can use as many charges as they have and try and bounce towards them. But if you don't have a shockwave hammer, all of a sudden you are at a disadvantage. They have the ability to get away from you. Whereas, like you said, it can't only get one person away. But if that one person is out on in the open and all of a sudden they're behind cover with their team, it can be a game changer.
It could definitely be a game changer, and that's what we've been seeing from this new chapter. Chapter 4 of Fortnite has brought so much dynamic action, and this is just the start. I cannot wait to see how seasons within this chapter evolve, how certain meta changes change up the game itself, and how, of course, these players adapt.
I mean, adapting is what these players do all day, all week long, and it's good to see them again. I mean, it's crazy. These kids are high schoolers. That's just crazy to me again that they have found a way to adapt to this new meta already, have put in the time, have put in the practice, and are still in school. Like, that's crazy.
I'm sure they're all doing amazing in their classes. I mean, I know you're a student. I'm a student as well. We're both gonna probably hop off and study after this. But these students are able to study and do probably much better than I am in my classes. That's all I gotta say.
They're doing better in classes, and they're doing better in Fortnite than both of us. So they got advantages all around the board.
Yep, 1000%. Definitely very, very talented players. So, guess we've got to ask another question we asked before Central Region. Any new POIs you're looking out for in this meta?
I still like the Citadel. I think it's still my favorite. There are some other, some of those autumn locations. Shattered Slabs can take a slab with you. That's always a fun little, rotation tool to have. That cover that cannot be destroyed. But I do like the location kind of Frenzy Fields. We saw it from some of those teams landing down there that you can really go a lot of different places. That you can land, like you said, in that one gas station and then spread out to a couple different POIs depending on where people landed around you. So it's really strong just in general, not maybe in loot, but to just have a good route to get yourself to places.
But looks like the game is ready. The first game of West. Let's get right into all the action. Send it over to the battle bus. Send it over to these players who are already dropping in and have already started up looting.
Here we go. Game number 1 for the West region. Gonna be popping off for sure. We got 28 players here tonight that are gonna be looking that flag, going to reach its peak and drop some beautiful loot. You can already see a keg, a big shield potion there for the side here of Herrera. It's gonna be really good. Those kegs, we've seen teams use them very, very well before to get their entire team pretty much up to 100 shield right when the game starts.
But the other sort of spin on that is if you use one during the fight and your team is all stacked up on top of each other, you can heal your whole team up. Wait, they threw the keg even though they had full shield. Maybe just throwing it for the rest of the team? I'm not sure about that play, but they still have an extra keg that they can use for the end game however they want.
Yeah, you can keep that towards the end game if you are all kind of nestled up in a porta bunker or something of the sorts, a house that, you can all heal up very quickly here. And it looks like Rezib has taken a little bit of damage. I don't know what that exactly was from, but, maybe dropping the keg to have a point where they can drop back to where they can say, okay, we can heal up shield if there is a team that is going to be pushing us.
It might just be from fall damage. I mean, the Citadel has some very high drops, and if you don't have those reality augmentations that allow you to utilize glide or redeploy, I mean, there's really no way to get off because you can't build yourself down. So, quickest way to get down, just jump, I guess.
That's true. Could be just from fall damage, but do have to watch out. Citadel is a really nice location, and there could be some teams around, so do just gotta be careful. But hopefully can get those heals on up, and hopefully can, like you said, get those good reality augmentations. Will be once again the question of what these teams are going to choose. I mean, they have a lot of options to get from there. We'll see what the game does decide to give them and how they use it. I mean, we've seen the glider, I think, is the one we have physically seen the most because, it can just let you glide right off of those high ground spots.
And a lot of the augmentations are either subtle or they're not observed by an observer. So some augmentations, such as the one Bloodhound, I believe, it marks where other players are the second you get a tag on them. And then that mark stays for about 5 to 10 seconds. So if you have that ability, observers aren't necessarily going to be seeing that, but your entire team actually will see that mark, and you will be able to then follow up on those eliminations so much easier. And even if they were to shockwave hammer away, just like Evil Chickens does right there, they'd still be able to chase on to get those final eliminations.
Exactly, and that's why the glider one is the most visible because it's the one we can see the easiest. But no, we'll see how they are used. Some smashing occurring here of this building as some of those charges are utilized here by Evil Chicken here in the Lonely Labs as they're going to be looting on up and trying to get a nice position in this circle. The storm though is starting to close. They are near the edge of it, so gonna want to try and get a rotate early. This region very, very aggressive, and we are already seeing some aggression here from Jax Vader and the squad, who's gonna get a knock and an elimination 200 meters away with that rifle.
Evil Chickens just impulse their teammate off to the low ground. That is so evil of Evil Chickens. I'm pretty sure that was an impulse nade that they just threw to knock down the pro PK. And now they got a chicken. They even have a chicken running around. Maybe just a little bit of a taunt there. I'm not even sure. But either way, some shenanigans happening, some funny moments happening between all of their favorite West teams.
That's funny moments. That's what you love to see. Gonna be taking a dip in the ice cold water of Lonely Labs here. So it looks like there were some other eliminations going down in the feed. And like we talked about, this region, very, very aggressive. Every single team, that aggression mindset is there. And you see, it looks like Oreo Potato and company have actually were one of the ones that did succumb to losing one of those members. So they're going to be fighting here in Slappy Shores. And the interesting thing about Shores is, it has a lot of these buildings. It has a lot of these houses. So, there's the ability to hold up this high ground for this team, but they're going to be down a player holding.
They're going to be down a player, and just being down one player is quite the disadvantage. You can see pressure coming in from multiple angles. Potatoes just completely shut down. Sagi goes down as well. It's just up to Walrus Union, as it's going to be Jax Vader cleaning up every single one of those eliminations. I believe this is 3 for this player as well. Has taken out every single player in the lobby and going to benefit by taking out one of those slap berries, the new sort of healing item or healing fruit that you can utilize to get yourself back on your feet, and now has the speed to chase down the final elimination.
Yeah, that final elimination going to be there. The bounty is complete, and for the OHVA team, that is going to mean even more elimination points for them. And you mentioned it; it was a beautiful fight for them. They got one off. They picked off the fight, immediately making it into a 4v3, and then taking different angles. I mean, the player on the roof had a really good position, but they just said, "We'll swarm them. We can get the player on the roof all by themselves," and then it's just a 4v2. OHVA showing once again why they are so dominant.
Definitely one of the most dominant teams in the competition. I don't know if they pushed into Slappy Shores, but either way, taking this POI early means a ton of loot for this team. It has, I believe, the second most chests out of any other POI, second to Anvil Square, the more mid-map POI, but a ton of loot here for this team. The only weakness is it does not have very many chug splashes. So we definitely see a big strategy switch up for them this season compared to the last season, where they're actually dropping on top of their reality saplings. This season, no reality saplings for them to utilize. So now they got to contest a major POI, and they just have to play for claiming this POI and then pushing out to take down others.
That's what their plan is at the moment. Take that big POI, but also talking about taking down others. ELVT is putting in some work there in the elimination feed. Mizan has gotten a couple there, as it looks like 9 or 8 of the players that were originally in this lobby have fallen towards that spectator screen. So we'll see if those teams can get those reboots back up. But ELVT, I mean, you talked about them. They are nothing to scoff at here. The second place team is looking to do some damage on the leaderboard here today.
Definitely has the potential to do a lot of damage. We've seen them come out on top in fights against the OHVA squad many times. So it's all about who is taking those fights and who is ending up winning those battles. You can see Jax Vader and Shutter have gone sort of as their own duo, and then as typical, we got Foster and Replay sticking together as well. So I mean, they're rotating as a team, but they definitely do have the potential to split up to claim a lot of the area that is within zone, and the second they see a team, they're going to instantly start to regress.
Yeah, that's very, very true. They can kind of split up. We've seen how clean their team fights can be before, but Just taking all that space inside of this zone, the possibility large for them to get some eliminations. Already got some decent shots towards the enemy team who's going to be sitting in a house. And once again, these trees providing temporary cover, temporary blindness towards this OHVA squad. So they're looking though as Replay is in there. Replay already getting some shots. You can see Jax Vader along with it. The long range shots connecting and already going to start to shoot some bombs on forward. The swords are going to land, blow up some of that building, and Shudder and Jax will combine for 2.
And that's the advantage to the Excalibur rifle. If you hit somebody with the sword, it's going to explode just moments later, which allow you to confirm eliminations even from range as long as you're able to hit those shots. And hit the shots they do. The OHVA squad just cleans up another 4 eliminations, make it 8 on the game, and already 14 squads left. Or 14 players left, I'm sorry, quicker than probably any other region. But 33A Spooky also getting active in the feed as well, so this could truly go either way.
That really could go anyway here. 33A Spooky getting some more there. So it looks like we might be down to 3 or 4 teams like you were talking about. But this Excalibur is just going to keep on landing, and it's going to keep on providing pressure here for the side of Jax Vader to make sure this team cannot get inside of this circle for free. And that storm is going to start ticking as it gets later and later. It's going to start doing more and more damage. But you can see they just back up. They're going to take a nice little ridge, a nice little high ground, and then they're going to continue pelting shots forward.
I mean, with that much ammo, there's really no reason not to. The advantage to the Excalibur rifle as a whole is actually doesn't take medium bullets. It doesn't take heavy bullets either. It actually takes shotgun bullets. It's probably one of the most unique weapons because you're using the ammunition from shotguns, which you usually don't run out of it at long range to deal a ton of damage. So it's such a powerful item, and it's why you were talking about it a lot as one of the items that you need to be stacking if you want to have success in no build lobbies.
You can see them. They're just forcing them outside of this zone. They are making sure that they have no space to play and just switching back and forth. Oh, a snipe there, though, is actually going to hit Jax Vader with one of the swords on their own. But, then you can switch towards your other weapons, using that shotgun ammo, using it up. Then you can switch on forward and say, well, now I have ammo in everything else because I was using that Excalibur. But got to be careful here. Got to use some med mist to get fully healed back up, some chug splashes along with it. And we can see just how much damage the direct hit from those swords can do.
Yeah, it looks like OHVA squad has claimed this high ground positioning on the first game at least. They're just scouting around, looking for other teams in the vicinity. Obviously, they're used to knowing exactly where the other teams are dropping, or at least having a good idea of it. But with a new map, with a new meta, and with players who all are coming into this competition not knowing their drop potentially, it's definitely a lot of changes that they have to adapt to, and adapting is what Munchkin and Co do best. They're just camping on the outskirts of zone inside a house. Nobody has any idea where these players are, but if they were to walk in, they're all together. There's no way that anybody can eliminate them that fast unless they have some knowledge ahead of time that they're sitting inside this house.
Exactly. They're going to play this house to the fullest of its ability here. But it's like you said, not knowing the rotation paths of other teams is a really, really rough thing to adapt to when you've known it for, 10, 11, 12 weeks now that you've been playing off that information and had so much success. It is really a wrench into your works. But, I mean, every single player in this lobby, such high skill level we've talked about. The ceiling for them is in space, and they've shown it before that they just have the ability to adapt towards these new rotations. And this house team also doing that, get themselves in a nice little house.
Might have to adapt towards the zone closing in on them. I'm not really sure what this play is. Maybe there's shots raining out in the distance that are forcing them to not necessarily make the rotation in, but eventually gonna find their way into zone. Took a lot of damage from the storm and a bit more fall damage. They have to group up and use these chug splashes soon as a team just to make sure they're not burning all of their utility here. It looks like Evil Chickens has pushed all the way up, and you can see why now. It's going to be ELVT Fernie finding the first knock onto Arctic.
And it looks like we may have that match you were kind of foretelling. That ELVT versus that Wava matchup might have it once more, but it is going to be Munchkin next to be knocked, and it looks like they are kind of pinched between two teams here, as it looks like Evil Chicken trying to get at least some damage done on towards the squad here, but like you said, took a lot of damage from that rotation, and now down to just 66 shield, just 80 health, so do have to be careful. A nice 60 bullet will connect there. But, as Evil Chicken, as two, you want to get as far as possible into this game, as much placement as possible. You want some elimination points, it seems like, more than those placements.
Elimination points are going to help out a lot, but the Evil Chicken and Pro PK, they're the ones who tend to play those placement points. They are the ones who always find themselves within top 3, top 2, but it's just by how they position themselves, and the positioning has paid off thus far. They have a bush, but yet again, it's on the edge of zone. Now, this is going to be good for now because no team would really suspect them to be in this bush, and it allows them to scout any area within zone. But once they have to make their rotation, that's when all eyes are going to be on them. They're actually taking it smart, though. A little hurdle, taking a quick swim through the water, cutting all LOS, and letting the other two teams take the fight we've been looking for.
LOS is gone, and so is going to be Mizon here, so possibly already a fight from the other side. So just doing a good job to try and secure themselves as much placement point as possible here. Evil Chicken going to be matching backpacks and hoping to be matching with some placement points here. But again, all of these trees starting to be destroyed. They were a nuisance in those other regions for obviously line of sight. Once those are destroyed, really no cover for any team. But Storm Eye shrinking in 50 seconds. Once that starts to close, I mean, a lot of these teams going to be forced out and forced into each other.
Forced into each other, and Evil Chickens sees the player in front of them, actually does get cracked. That's going to be a knock onto Spooky. Wave Shutter finishes up that elimination, so now it's going to be a 4v2v2, and Evil Chickens just staying true to the placement nature thus far. They eventually do have to get across this island, though, and make it towards the other side, just deciding exactly how to do it. No, they're going to go straight into the fight. The hammer gets dropped down, but Evil Chickens, in the end of the day, is going to be the one who's getting taken out. Replay finishes off one, leaving the final player as a solo, and Replay, Shutter, Foster, and Jax Vader with the entire game ahead of them.
They got the entire game ahead of them. I believe ELVT, 2 players still standing, and make that one immediately, changing it on in. It's going to be 2 solos in the way of Wava here, as they're going to try and hold this high ground, hold the castle, hold the defense, and force them into the moat. They'll take down the first with that rifle, and Wava is looking so dang good. They're going to destroy their own castle, trying to find this last player, trying to secure themselves a win.
Oh, it's about securing yourself a win, blowing up all structures around you, seeing exactly what you can find, where this player is, the utility coming out left, right, center, the shockwave hammer being utilized by the final solo player to try to cause as much chaos as possible, but there's hammers on all sides, there's shots raining in from all sides, and the final elimination is destined to come soon.
Yeah, it's coming soon. They're just messing around. They're having some fun. They're dancing around with this final player, trying to maybe hit that final hammer smack, but just sending on forward here, looking for it as, oh, a beautiful clip to end it off there for Jax Vader. And it's going to be the Wava squad. They have a little bit of fun with their food there at the end, but they will be taking the dub in game number 1, and once again, holding their high ground perfectly. The efficiency on that high ground was beautiful. They made sure nobody walked in on it, and then, they just split up every team, it seemed like. It seemed like no team had full members there at the end, and just held the castle, played around for a little bit. Dub.
It's a very good way of playing their team's synergy to perfection and realizing where other teams were making mistakes. They didn't just go 4v4 in the final 4v4v4. They took one from one team, then another from another team. They broke it down. It's sort of like a pie, splitting it into smaller and smaller pieces until finally consuming that victory royale. A great start for this team. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can get even more eliminations in the next games.
I'm really excited. I mean, ELVT though, gotta talk about them for a second. I mean, they had a really good game, getting themselves a top 3 finish. I believe it was third, but not 100% sure. I don't know where they were out of those final 2 teams, but overall, they still get a decent amount of placement points, and they'll be walking heavy into game number 2. But talking about game number 2, I think we have to sadly take a little break before we can get back to that exciting action. But so we are going to take a little break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with West games 2 and 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Stride Esports League and the Western region. After that hammer fight there at the end, game number 1 is over, but still 2 more to go.
Still 2 more to go, and we can expect a lot of action from these next 2 games, just like we saw in the first game. We saw a lot of fights taken by both the OHVA squad and the ELVT squad, but at the end of the day, when it came down to it, the OHVA squad managing to hold on, take the victory royale, and keep themselves with their dominant first place lead. All I'm wondering next games are, is any team going to switch up their draft spot, and will this OHVA squad get more aggressive than the last game?
That would be the question, is will you kind of switch it on up? Will you try something new? Obviously, with this new season, not really going to punish you for trying something new if you failed in your previous match. And, I would like to maybe see, as we get closer towards that final, some teams landing closer towards that first place squad, because even though, they are the first place squad for a reason, they do really good in their team fights. If you can take them out before anyone else, you can get that elimination points. You can get yourself in a pretty clear and open game. But it is slightly risky to kind of change up, like you said before, to a position where other teams know it better and they possibly have more loot than you.
And the one thing that's sort of characteristic from the OHVA squad that isn't necessarily characteristic from other top teams in other competitions is they will actually drop towards the outskirts of the map. And they'll deal with far rotations because they have a lot of mobility, they have a lot of utility to use, and they can push through any other team. But it makes it so that when they're making the rotation in, it's never teams coming from behind them. They've already cleared that area. It's always them pushing into other teams. They're being proactive rather than reactive, and they can't push into other fights and get pinned between 2 different teams. But looks like we're going to be ready for our next game. Salama, let's hop right in to game number 2 of the 3rd week of playoffs.
Let's get into it here. Western region game number 2. I'm excited to see all of the aggression and the action unfold here, as the Slurp Co truck going to be the first thing to fall, it looks like, in this one. Hopefully this team it's actually going to be a player going to be first to fall, as a contest here between Swirtlecat and the other team is going to not go their way immediately.
Yeah, some players definitely trying to switch up drop spots. I have no idea who had claimed this spot first, but it doesn't matter at this point in time. It looks like Oreo, Potato, and Co have really taken over the POI. They're finding multiple teams along the way as well. It's going to be Seiji, who actually, believe, maybe pinched between multiple teams. Doesn't even matter. Takes down one, maybe for some style points, fighting back against the NPC, but you forget how OP those NPCs are sometimes. Takes a ton of damage, lets the teammate clean up that. They'll be able to take down this entire POI, claim it for themselves, but at a cost of a lot of HP, which will mean they have to take more time to loot more POIs on the map.
They're going to have to take time to loot up, make sure they are fully healed. But it's like you said, I don't know who exactly had staked claim to this first, but nonetheless, I mean, Oreo, Potato, and the squad, they did a really, really good job of making sure they took that fight as a team. I mean, you could saw 2, 3 players taking shots at 1 or 2 of the others, making sure they split it up evenly. And, as a reward, they're going to be able to fish here in the nice icy northern waters and hopefully, be able to heal themselves fully on up.
Definitely want to be doing that. However, you could always wait with these fishes as well, because they're reality augmentations that allow you to get better fishing loot the more you fish. There's some that allow you to only pull jellyfish, which allow us to see more jellyfish being used in the end game. So people talk about this season, oh, it has a little bit less chests on the map or item spawns on the map. In my opinion, it still has a decent amount of loot as long as you know how to play in the right positions. There's a ton of coolers, there's a ton of fishing holes, and you can guarantee yourselves really good loot, just like that twin mag SMG that Seiji just picked up.
And that's huge. Just knowing where to get that loot from is the most important thing. The more practice, that's what's going to come. Is the more you practice, the more you're going to know where the loot is, the better you are going to be suited in tournaments like these. Now, they are just on the edge of this zone here, so they're going to have to be a little bit careful. Don't want to get touched by that storm, take any unnecessary damage, but as they're starting to rotate on in. Obviously, they're doing the same thing that OHVA did. And, you mentioned that when you land on an outer location and when you're pushing in, you realize you don't have any teams on your backside and you don't have to take the effort to clear that. Where if you landed at one of those inner POIs, you do have to take time and maybe spend resources to make sure you have a player watching your back.
It's always important to be able to clear areas as a team and have a player that's just watching your back, caring for you as a squad. But that's why I love that this is squads right now. You have so many players on your team compared to duos and trios. You can send players to different areas, but it also means that team synergy is more important. Mechanically, as a player, you don't have to be the best player as long as you know your role within the team and you can execute that to perfection. If you're only good with one gun, that doesn't matter. If your team's able to play around that and execute well, you can still be a very, very scary trio or squad to go against.
Yeah, it is all about strengths and weaknesses and knowing that and knowing like obviously, your IGL, your leader has to know that. But for right now, gotta be careful here. Crowbar Jones gonna be taken down here by Foster. And I believe they were trying to take that zip line rotation and not really the best when you got a player waiting on the other side. Eventually cut down with that Excalibur, but like you were mentioning, it is all about strengths and weaknesses. All of your players don't have to be super strong on every single aspect. Just you have to know what they are strong, what they are weak on.
1000%. See, this team definitely strong in the art of taking this high ground position. They got a pad right beneath them if they want to utilize it, and a ton of chests on the outside of this mini point of interest. I didn't even know that they could have chests in that area. That's crazy.
Yeah, those chests are going to be huge. Also, along with Shutter, I mean, you can see that in the elimination feed. Wava, once again, going to be picking up some back-to-back eliminations. And that high ground, like you said, they have that automatic pad to rotate themselves out. And they're going to be rotating themselves possibly into a fight. You see Walrus Union here spotting some enemies, so have to be a little bit careful. I believe this might actually be the Wava squad, but I'm not 100% sure.
We do know the Wava squad does land around this area a little bit to the south of it, but it's all about which way they push up. And it looks like Brutal Bastion has had players here. So Walrus Union and Co., the team from the Insight School of Oregon Painted Hills, just looking around, scouting, seeing where they can see players. The couple are lurking around on the left side of your screen, but it's when do they want to take the shot and will they manage to hit those shots at the right time?
Exactly. Right now, just playing the hiding game, just kind of hiding it out, making sure they can get all that scouting information. They see one, they're not going to pull the trigger just yet. Going to bide their time, wait for them to stop and heal, possibly make their mark here. Walrus Union just going to be looking, gathering information and pushing on forward. Maybe they can gain some ground on towards this enemy team before they do anything special. Grab some ammo too. That's another important thing. 32 shotgun shells in that shotgun, so do have to be careful. A little bit low. I mean, you usually said you don't usually run out of that many shotgun shells, but just got to be wary of that. Picking up ammo, picking up things like that, making sure you are ready for the fight and communicating that to your team. If you're not ready, you don't have to take this fight. There is still a way out.
Definitely still a way out, and I wonder if they realize what squad that is and have actually decided not to take the fight because they see what skins they're wearing and they're like, oh, I think this is the Wava squad. I've seen them in the feed. I've heard shots coming from the same area that they are getting eliminations at, and I do not want to be any part of it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just were waiting to loot the remnants of this POI once that team went out, and now are able to just play their end game to absolute perfection.
It's a beautiful game plan here, and obviously they will have to rotate out. They are a little bit far here from circle, so we'll have to get a little bit of footsteps on their Fitbit there, making sure they get those step counts for the day. But like you said, it is smart to just not necessarily take that fight because it's going to be a strong team facing off on the other side. And although you might have the ability to beat them, you don't want to throw your entire game if you were to lose a couple members here.
Definitely not. So making the rotation out towards the northern side of things, a very smart one as well. And you do have the sort of wind tunnel slipstream
Sure.
type things around here that do allow you to make these rotations. So maybe trying to use that, or just trying to go through the cave, which has the remnants of tilted towers and a decent amount of chests within it. A smart play, because they're not trying to take the high ground. They're not trying to do anything that would get them seen. They're trying to play under the radar, underground, and hopefully away from this team of Spooky,
Sure.
Mizan, Fernie, and the final member of the team. Such a good position as well. They have a position where they can hold out teams rotating in from the southern side onto the northern side, which is probably at least 50% of the lobby.
Really, that is such a strong position, and we've seen before having control of the upper part of those zip lines also can be massive. I mean, we saw it towards the Wava side that they got a couple of picks on people trying to go up those zip lines, and just cutting off that rotation from those enemy teams can be massive. They also have jellyfish, so they have the ability to shield on up. Spooky, though, gonna use that shockwave hammer to make sure that they can stay with the team, just scouting, gaining information, as information, the biggest currency here that everyone is using in this game.
Definitely. You can even see the split between the two hills. The rest of the teammates are taking control of the mountain, but Spooky able to sort of check the angles around them, make sure there's no teams coming in, and if there were teams that were fighting on the outskirts, they could always drop down in third party using that wind slipstream type positioning. But the other advantage is the pads, natural launch pads around the northern side of the zone allow them to easily transport themselves from low ground to high ground within moments. So definitely a great position to be put in if you're this squad.
That's very true. Those launch pads cannot be understated. Now, their ring positioning will be a little bit understated here. That storm going to cut out a little bit of the positioning they wanted. So they're going to have to get walking on in towards this next zone, as, don't want to take any unnecessary damage. And like we talked about in this region, you want to be the first to rotate to make sure you have that high ground position. We saw how crucial it was for that Wava squad, but it's actually going to be the Excalibur here, going to be launching forward some nice swords here from the side of Fernie, trying to do some damage and also cut down the land that the enemy squad has to play with.
The difficult thing about the Excalibur is it's not one of those hit scan bullets. When you shoot, it has a bit of drop off, and it also takes a while to actually get where you need it to go. So you sort of have to aim in advance, sort of predict the shots, and looks like the shots are being returned onto this squad. No knocks just yet, but a lot of damage done. A lot of damage done in the elimination feed as Foster finds 3 already. So I know the ELVT squad wants to show up and show up big to sort of catch up to the Wava squad.
They want to catch up. They want to show out here. And they're going to be launching some swords from, it looks like, all members. I mean, they are bullying at its finest with those explosive swords right there. But they're going to hop on over and continue this high ground push here, as they want to keep it and cut this enemy team out of this upcoming circle. The Storm Eye, though, is shrinking, so they have to be careful. Do not want to take any damage, but they look to their right, and there's going to be a team pushing up the hill. Those swords need to start hitting and need to destroy some of those trees if they want to fend this team off.
And the reason they keep pushing up more and more is that's where the zone is. That's where the position that they want to be in. And now, because Fernie and co have claimed this positioning, all eyes are kind of on them. But at the same time, everybody wants to be in this position. It's actually going to be replay, just dirt biking straight into the fight. I don't know what play that was, but now they have an advantage all around. Still shots raining in from multiple angles, though, as replay does finally get eliminated, and it's going to be actually Walrus unit finding an elimination. So the disadvantageous positioning, you're split between two teams. All you can do is get out, and a single HP separates Fernie from falling.
Yeah, trying to fight back here, but it is going to be Walrus Union on that other side to do some damage here to this ELVT squad. Like you said, stuck in between two. 33A Spooky, though, is going to strike back. So they are not done just yet. And look at this. The hammer is actually going to swing the teammate Fernie out into the open. But with that storm ticking, the storm will take down Fernie there. and they are just trading back and forth, left and right. There are so many teams involved that 33A and Spooky, you wonder, I mean, you gotta wonder if they just gotta get out at this point.
Yeah, I feel like the moment they get out, though, the pressure from the lobby is going to come in. The fight's happening. It's the team that eliminated you versus the team that you got an elimination on. It's just fighting outside of the zone. You know that fight's happening somewhere close. So even walking out immediately could be detrimental for your gameplay. So you can see Mizan actually taking a more safe rotation, getting behind natural cover before he even attempts to get into zone. And now that he's positioned himself in a decent spot, can then loot up and look to strike down this house, maybe find some extra materials.
Looting down that house very quickly with that shockwave hammer. Gonna destroy some walls here as they try and reset. Mizan and Spooky were the only two that made it out of that fight, this ELVT squad. But importantly, I mean, they're still up. There's still a vibe in here, and most likely top 3 is what it's gonna look like. A miss of the sword there through the window. Actually, just gonna. Oh, they didn't want walls anyways, I think is what it was.
I think that's gotta be what it was, right? They just didn't need. To be fair, I've done that before with the goo gun on Broad. It was very awkward. So I've been there before. I just want to say they're hard things to aim at the end of the day.
They really much are, and we'll see if they can get this. Oh, there is a team actually pushing towards them, so if you are Mizan, gotta be careful. You're flying on in, is an enemy player, but some nice damage will be combined from these two players, and Spooky and Mizan going to eliminate another team. Walrus Union gonna be spectating now, and I believe it is 2 duos is what it's going to be versus the full OHVA force. That wave is looking to cause a tsunami over this whole entire lobby.
They definitely have the potential to. Mizan doesn't have a single item to heal up, and I doubt that Spooky has much either. But who needs heals when you can just output damage? A player out in the open, they just want to press forward onto that, but shots are still raining in from the center of zone. They have to worry about their rotation as well. And if that player wants to be bait, so they're allowed to sneak into the zone, well, so be it. They managed to find some great natural cover, only taking a tiny bit of damage as they do manage to make it to the house before taking a lot more.
Those overshields will be canceled out though, so OHVA Foster gonna get a knock on towards that other duo. OHVA looking good here to try and go back to back. But there is a man in this house, and it's gonna be destroyed by that shockwave hammer. Foster going to get another elimination here. It's going to be Spooky and Mizan to try and do some damage here. Still an opportunity to get top 2. Still an opportunity to get some elims as this storm starts to close out further.
Yeah, and the decision to actually take the porta bunkers over any healing might be kind of paying off here. They're able to sort of give themselves natural cover to play from, and with Spooky having the slashes as well, they're able to combo their utility in both inventories in a very unique way. Still 3 squads left on the board, and they now have a chance of winning this game as long as they're able to deal enough damage.
That also confirms, I believe, my suspicion that OHVA, I don't think, is a full squad at this moment, but it's going to be a hard rotate here for Mizan and company. Spooky is going to have to try and figure a way into this one, and there it is. Yeah, this OHVA team is a duo, but they are not scared to get it done. Jax Vader, once again, the long-range shots will connect, and it is going to be Evil Chicken Squad that is going to be eliminated. Foster and Jax now only have a solo. It's a 2v1. They're going to try and send this shockwave bow out, try and force this player out from behind these rocks, sending on forward into the porta bunker. They are checking everything, and the final player shockwave hammering. The OHVA wants to finish it here, trying to find them out, trying to snipe them down. Foster going to connect on a lot of those shots, and with this 2v1, they most likely have secured themselves a back-to-back victory royales.
And there it is, the back-to-back victory royale. Despite being down multiple players, the team still shows up to absolute perfection with likely more eliminations than the first game, as ELVT wasn't able to get as active that game. And it's the same teams we're seeing in Endgame, but slightly different situations. It was a 2v2v2 in the final fleeting moments, and it felt like for a moment it could be anybody's game, but it was that positional advantage that Foster and co have already established that allowed them to push their way to that victory royale.
I mean, that was just beautiful. And I'd just love to talk a second about presence. I mean, we talk about showing presence as a team, showing that you own a location and showing that you can deal damage and that, excuse me, that you own that location. Wava, I didn't know how many players they had on their team there because they seemed like a four right there. They had 2 players, and yet they put out so much damage, so much pressure that it really seemed like they had 4 players there. They're definitely 4 strong. No, they're 2 strong. That is so insane as a team, and, you know, great back-to-back wins for them.
Yeah, they're definitely not afraid of anybody in this lobby. They've shown up week after week after week, and it doesn't matter if it's a new season, a new chapter, all of that just blown away. They've been able to perform no matter the circumstance. But the question will be, will they perform in this final game? We're going to throw it to a break. Be back here for the final game of West.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Stride Esports League, and we have done 8 games today of exciting action. Only one more remains. It's gonna make me cry, but I know it's going to be exciting action.
It'll definitely be exciting action. We do not want to miss it. I know you all watching here do not want to miss it either. These players have competed for so many weeks, and this is going to be the final week of playoffs before the grand finals, which will be happening next week, this or next Wednesday at this exact same time for all regions, East, Central, and West. You do not want to miss it.
4 times point multiplier on the line. The leaderboard shakeups, are unimaginable. So you'll definitely want to stop by, definitely want to catch it. But as we get ready to go into this game number 3 for the West region, I mean, I might have to throw a hat again for this stream because it might be a hat trick here from the boys that have won already too.
Yeah, the OHVA squad, the POG champions, showing that they're the champions of these lobbies as well. One victory out, all 4 of their squad was up on the first game. The second one, only 2 of their teammates were up, but this third game, I don't think it matters how many of them are up. If they are standing in any semblance, they have a chance of winning the game.
I mean, we could see it, especially last game. When we talk about presence, we talk about just showcasing that even as 2 players, they still were able to take down a trio and another duo while they were kind of in the middle of both, and they still found a way to get a lot of those eliminations. So going into this final game, I am excited to see, but I am also excited to see some other teams. ELBT, they've had good placement performances 2 games in a row, so possibly going into this game number 3 could have 3 really good games at double points, to extend even more their second place lead.
Yeah, and if we're shouting out under the radar teams, also Evil Chicken's team, I believe making it to second both games. I'm not sure. Maybe it was third in the previous game. I'm not exactly 100% sure on that placement, but even though they're not picking up eliminations, it's just placement after placement after placement, and they play it to perfection.
They played to perfection. They have definitely, like you said, secured themselves a lot of those top 3 placements that, as the scores get tallied up, as we get later into the playoffs, are going to be worth more and more and more. You talked about those discrepancies between first and second, second and third and fourth, and then on. I mean, you gain so much more points than the teams that were there. But the teams, I think, are ready to go here for our final game of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for game number 3 of the Western region.
Game number 3, the final game for these players, the last chance to really show up in these lobbies, and a lot at stake. It's a new chapter, a new game, and a new chance for these teams to show up and compete. A ton of damage coming in from this team dropping at Brutal Bastion. They're able to drop Rezi down already. It's going to be Feet, Bingus, and Co. who are actually claiming this POI to themselves, but potentially a lot more teams to eliminate if they want to claim it.
Yeah, we saw a lot of teams land up here towards the northern side in the past couple games, so you do have to be careful. One of those teams was that OHVA squad, so do want to be careful when it comes to that. But we're seeing some good early aggression from a lot of these teams. Again, it will be interesting going into next week. Obviously, this is a new week, new POIs, new landing rotations. We'll see if the players get a little bit more comfortable landing at their own POI, or if we're going to see pretty much, like you said earlier, if we're not first, we're last, and them just putting everything on the line to get as many points as possible.
As many points as possible is what matters on the overall leaderboard. That's what these players are going to be competing for. If it's not going to be, well, it will somewhat be about the fun of it all, but at the same time, they want to show up big on the leaderboard overall. They all probably have it up on the side, on their screen, on another phone, on the side potentially, and they want to find as many eliminations as possible to shoot themselves up, and that's going to start with Clam Bucket getting another elimination. Already some reboots coming in, though, so this really shows that anything could happen in these off spawns.
Anything can happen. The ability to get those early elims, but also the ability to recover from them. The ability to get those reboot cards, say, okay, we can move on to the next POI. We know that not all POIs are taken, that there are some places that we could possibly go to rest, recover, get our shields up, and get those reboots off. And that's exactly what each of these teams are doing. I especially like that from this Millie on the Keys and company team. Obviously, I believe they were the team here in Lonely Labs that took a couple, players that got eliminated early. And this time, they're living the dream.
This time they're living their dream. I think they're finally alone at Lonely Labs, which in this case is a good thing because it always hurts to be contested by other teams unless you're actually finding those eliminations, picking them up in the game. So finally a good place, good spot to be, and a lot of more of this POI to loot. Now it's a question of how much do you want to loot? What loot do you want to take, and at what time do you want to start your rotation that they have to be thinking about? Obviously, we don't know how far away the zone goes, but it's going to pull away from Lonely Labs, which indicates a southern most zone, which means they might have a long rotation ahead of them.
Yeah, they really could have a possibility of a long rotation, and having that, I mean, you're going to have a decent amount of resources in case you run into teams along the way. My question, War, is if Lonely Labs has multiple teams is it no longer lonely?
I think the name changes. I think it'd be something. It'd have to be something else, right? But what's something else is the fight happening in the feed right now. It's gonna be Replay taking on
Ooh.
the ELVT team. Unfortunately, Replay's been traded out, but there's been multiple knocks both ways. I just want to see which exactly way this fight's going because as of right now, there's been multiple players knocked from both squads. We know Shutter's still up, but no full eliminations have gone through. ELVT Mizan has managed to take out Wava Jax Vader, and that should be the final one as
Wow.
Replay cleans it up.
Yeah, fully cleaned up there. It looks like Wava, they had a very, very tough scuffle there with the ELVT squad. And I believe, like you said, only one or two members able to walk away from that one. But in the end, they will win it. And if we know from them, if they are able to even get those players rebooted, or even as 2 or 3, they are still a danger to this entire lobby.
Speaking of danger, Million Keys says, I am the danger. The player tries to go for the reboot, but there's not a chance. You're pushing Lonely Labs, and they are determined to stay lonely at that POI. I don't think we have necessarily determined whether or not the name changes if you're contested or not, but we're going to have to wait till next week to actually find that out because it's gone. It's fully in the storm now. No team's going back there. And with the final game of West underway, it's all about how this team can do.
Exactly, going to be fully encased in the storm there. And I saw there in the feed that it was Jax Vader that was rebooted. So the Lava team, they are resetting, repairing, and getting ready to continue into this game and try and get their strength back after that really, really tough fight with the LVT. But Oreo Potato and Squad are getting a couple eliminations also for them. But for right now, Million Keys and team, they are in the storm. They're going to take one tick at a time, which isn't that much, but it could be the game changer when it comes to fighting another team that could be waiting for you when you get inside.
And you see that Millie on Keys actually does have the chug cannon as well as a decent amount of ammo in all 3 of the weapons. So a lot of potential to show up big here. The chug cannon is actually going to be a reality augmentation that you can get just by chance or by choice. And you see putting it to pretty good use because as the team rotates in, you can just keep chug canning them over and over and over again. It's so valuable in a game where we see the lobby dying out a little bit faster because of this aggression from the Wava squad.
Yeah, it's a really nice item to have in your inventory, but a nice thing to have is 4 members on your team, and that is what Wava is going to have. They have fully reset, gotten all players rezzed and revived and back up to full strength. Once again, there is a danger. I feel like there should be signs posted around this map that it just says danger Wava. It's like one of those road signs. Like
One of those road signs similar to when Booga won the World Cup, how there was like a sign that says, yeah, Booga's lucky or Booga's POI at the POI he was dropping at. But either way, something like that may help out the squads that they are currently firing at because they obviously didn't know that positioning, but Replay didn't know the amount of damage that some of the weapons pump out back at them. still firing on shots, but have taken a little bit of damage, and that's caused them to pause a bit, reassess, and hopefully regroup with the rest of the team.
Trying to regroup, trying to retake this fight here, and there's going to be two simultaneous fights going on. It looks like in the feed, it looks like Walrus Union and company are going to be eliminating some others, but it's actually going to be Foster and Jax Vader in a little bit of a scuffle here, as Jax is going to be the first to fall on this OHVA side. But on the other side, we can see that the shots are connecting. Foster, the long-range shotguns and everything has been there, but look at this Shutter actually gonna go down here. You gotta be careful here in this open water. The motorbike gonna have to be taken, and OHVA, all of a sudden, they're gonna have to leave these two players behind, and they're gonna have to try and maybe stick the res in the storm here. Oh, it could be so clutch. Get Shutter back up, get reset, and OHVA, even as 3, can be really strong.
OHVA as 3 can be strong. OHVA as 2 can be strong. OHVA as 1 could definitely be strong as well. Chug splashes in Shutter's inventory, as well as replay with the Memmis and the dirt bike that they can utilize to get out, but they don't even want out. They want to take this fight inside the storm. Replay takes out 1. No Siphon to come by. Gets finished off by another player. That's going to be Seiji still camping the bush, and now OHVA has been left as a solo. Seiji also been left as a solo, but 2 eliminations on the board and a lot of heals to get them out of zone.
Oh, the med mist is there. Seiji so clutch on that fight. I believe one of the players did go down to the ring. Seiji, got to be careful here. It might be that player of OHVA that's trying to finish them off. Have to play those splashes to try and get that shield back up to full, but it's going to be a 1v1, and it is Foster to finish that off. Don't know if Foster got any of the cards. Man, Foster able to clean up that solo. They get to at least live in this ring, and like you said, OHVA, in any point, in any form, they are a danger. We'll see if Foster can grab those cards.
Foster definitely going to be going for the cards. Knows they can operate as a solo, but definitely does not want to. So hops in the motorbike, could easily use any of the heals around to heal up. This is multiple teams worth of loot still on the ground, but the advantage to using the dirt bike is you can heal and drive kind of simultaneously, allowing you to push yourself into zone. The only danger that I see for this squad is once the reboot goes off, there's not going to be enough loot, and the reboot is like a big horn. Everybody knows when you're rebooting in the lobby, and all eyes will be attracted to this team.
When we talk about road signs, the reboot is kind of like a sign in its own. It's pretty much telling everyone in those bright neon orange lights, oh, traffic ahead, that there is traffic, that there is free traffic and free eliminations for this OHVA squad. Now, like you said, there's not going to be a lot of loot if that reboot does come through, but if they get any loot at all, if they get any chance to reset, if you are any other team, you need to make sure that you cut that down, because if OHVA gets a chance to reset OHVA, then it is not going to be good.
Definitely not going to be good, especially when our statistical second place team is still in the game and definitely is going to be still hungry for a first place. The only sort of issue with this is they usually play passive until the top 2, which is the reason why they haven't gotten as many victory royales as some of our top squads, but we still see them near the top of the overall leaderboard. This is just how they play. That's how they operate, and it's been working out very well for them thus far. But this time, if they've realized that the OHVA squad has been completely dismantled and they want to go aggressive onto the reboots that we're seeing getting picked up in wherever these players are, they could change the game and they could change the dynamic of today.
And they're going to need to change the game. 2 OHVA players going to be rebooted there. So now they, like you said, not a lot of loot for them to recover, but if they get anything of substance, if that one player that had full loot can take out another, if they can get that finish onto them and get that loot from them, it could be an absolute game changer. And like you said, I'm surprised these teams not pushing it. Don't know where the reboot was from, but it was pretty much a horn that signaled everyone, come get us. We've just rebooted 2 players. And we'll see what, Munchkin and squad can do to try and stop them from getting here in towards this next O.
Definitely gonna have to wait and see. We see Munchkin's actually playing a bit split from the teammates too. It's good again for placement, but if they're trying to actually win out the game, to play a bit unpredictably and make these fights, they're gonna have to do a lot more. And it looks like they're going to try and do as much as possible. Huge damage coming out from Munchkin. It's gonna be the knock onto one player, but a trade coming back onto Clam Bucket. These are two top teams, and the third one coming straight in with a shotgun. Foster finds two as well.
Foster going to connect once again. OHVA is not going to stop. They are not going to give up, and they are taking the eliminations. OHVA might have just done it once again. Oh, they shotgun two more. I mean, OHVA somehow have fully gotten back every single member of their squad. Now, they have loot, and they have the ability to go 3 in a row when they were down to just one player in the storm.
And you know they're definitely going to go for it. They know there's only one player left. All they need to do is hunt them down, find that elimination. That should be part of the team of Evil Chickens, sort of on the backside of zone, just camping out, looking to secure as much placements as possible for Idaho Technical Career Academy. But when 12 is going to strike, it's going to be big. And you can even see Foster using the balloon to scout the entire area, trying to mark exactly where these players are. If he doesn't see them, that's fine. He can start shooting around the explosive bows to try and clear space as much as possible.
Trying to clear out those trees will be key, but it is a 4v2, maybe even a 4v1 here for this final game. So OHVA, they're looking to finish it. This Storm Eye going to be shrinking here. This next zone going to be one of high ground that they own right now. Going to start burning down the buildings, burning down the trees, and making sure they are ready for this solo. It's going to be hiding nicely, kind of nestled behind a rock, but we'll have to walk out once that storm starts to reach that edge.
Very interesting loadout here. 3 bows and a pistol to sort of utilize to maybe see if you can steal 1 or 2 eliminations on your opponents. But the positioning, I gotta say, there's no way. Like, I can't even see the player right now. And this is the player's POV. So I guarantee you that OHVA might take a little bit to actually find this player, just because this team is hide and seek masters.
Yeah, they're playing for it for sure. Oh, motorbike real close to you. That's got to be scary. But yeah, Pro PK just trying to live that life out. Only 100 HP to deal with also. So, you know, maybe not the best scenario to be in, but you did at least make top 2. And, you know, maybe you can pull something crazy out.
And look at this hiding spot. It's so good. Not even taking damage to Storm. Like, half the body's in the zone, but just barely on the outside. Realizes you have to make the rotate, and now just slowly creeping around the edge. Oh, this is so perfect.
Yeah, creeping around here. OHVA, not found them just yet. Maybe looking for something else pretty fantastic. Hiding here, nestled in between the rock here, but that Storm Eye is going to close here. Popping the Shockwave bow to start to bounce them out. OHVA, the bullets are starting to fly, and now they recognize where Pro PK has gone. It looks like they are going to try and finish this one out, but the Shockwave bow is just going to bounce PK around here, making sure to delay this game as much as possible here with that 100 HP, just shockwaving and shockwaving. Realizes he reaches the edge of that storm there, so says, well, I'll just go back into the zone here. Just keep on shockwaving.
And still 21 more bullets. Now 20 more arrows to utilize here to just bounce yourself back and forth. Of course, OHVA still has the high ground, but Pro PK has no thoughts of even taking the high ground. He just wants to have fun, vibe around, take as much space as possible. And when throwing the Shockwave bow, there's a lot you can do. You can still disrupt your opponents if you play it right. So it's just a survival game for him, and he's doing it to perfection.
Yeah, just having fun. I think both teams are at this point. We'll see how long PK can survive for, as the Shockwave bow is gonna, you know, keep bouncing around. Like you said, just still got 12 ammo in that one, and that overshield is going to come back, going to make it a little bit harder for that OHVA team to try and get those shots landed. It looks like they're trying to hit some trick shots, and he's just having fun. I think we're all just having some fun.
Yes, the final game of playoffs. There's a lot at stake, so might as well bring a little bit of fun into it, bring a little bit of action into it. Only 6 shockwave bullets left. Make that 5 once he hits that. So I'm not sure what the plan is once they utilize it, but you know, there's a lot of potential. Oh, the full box potentially with two different porta bunkers. So never really know what's gonna happen. A couple utility items utilized, being shockwave left and right. I'm not even sure what this is, but the final elimination will eventually come through. That's Foster from the high ground, claiming their spot as the best team in these lobbies.
Oh, what a fun match. I mean, you can tell these players are just having fun, and yeah, you got to give the hats to them. It's huge. 3 in a row. OHVA once again, absolutely insane. You can tell they're having fun. I think everyone is having fun in that region.
Yep, the hat trick to close it out for the day. An incredible job from the OHVA squad. An incredible job for all the squads. I mean, that was some incredible Fortnite action on all regions, East, Central, West. There's so many different players who showed up in unique ways and a great way to start off Chapter 4.
It's such a great way to start off Chapter 4 and such a great day. Like you said, 9 great games of action that were super amazing to watch. But talking about Stride Esports League real quick, obviously, we don't just have Fortnite. We got some other games going on this week. So make sure to check out, obviously, Monday League of Legends, Tuesday chess.com, today's Wednesday. We play some Fortnite, Thursday Rocket League, and Friday Valorant. Make sure to hit that follow button here. Make sure you tap that notification bell to make are notified when Stride goes live and you can see all these amazing players once again. And as a reminder, next week we're going to have our grand finals. All the final set of games is going to be absolutely amazing. Same time, same place, right here. It's going to be 4 times the amount of points.
And 4 times the amount of points. Any leaderboards could be completely opened up. There's can be amazing shifts. If you win those 3 games, similar to the way that OHVA won these 3 games, I mean, all predictions could be blown out of the water. Either way, today, my expectations, again, blown out of the water. These students, no matter the school, no matter the region, absolutely incredible gameplay.
And I think we just got to give a huge thanks to them. Obviously, throughout this whole regular season, they have just pushed forward. They have spent time practicing. And you first got to thank the players. I mean, coming out today, playing some amazing Fortnite for us to witness. But I mean, you also got to thank everybody behind the scenes. First off, the parents and supporters of all these players that let them do what is possible. The teachers and everyone in the schools that are helping support them. And also all of our production staff behind the scenes that made everything possible that you guys don't see all the work that they do. And also to you, War, my co-caster, thank you so much. And I think we also got to thank Twitch chat. Thank you all for just stopping in, popping in, and having an awesome time. But I think that is mostly going to do it for us here at Stride Esports League for the Week 3 playoffs. We thank you so much for watching. Tune in next week for the grand finals. See you then.